Good morning, Directors McPartland, Foley, and Rayburn.
Good morning. Let's have a sound check.
Yes, you sound good.
Thank you.
Hello, hello.
Hello, good morning.
I actually already responded to you, except that I hadn't clicked on my mic button.
Oh, oops.
But it's pivotal.
It sure is. So our camera feed here in the boardroom will start when the meeting starts, just so that you're aware, and I'm gonna actually go ahead and start the Zoom recording.
All right, we are streaming and recording is in progress. That'll be Hollywood Squares on that side. Okay.
Good morning, President Saltzman. Good morning, Vice President Lee. Good morning, Director Simon.
Good morning. I actually made it on time. Well, the early bird gets the worm. I think I saw Rebecca first and Director McPartland. Oh, wait, it's everybody. Hi, Mark.
Good morning.
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 Actually, I should close my door. Today, I'm not on the road. President Saltzman, I have a class at 1:30. I apologize if there are, I can always step out. I've reviewed the agenda, and if there are actions that I need to vote on, you can call me back in.
I hope we will finish all actions before then, but if not, we'll keep in touch with you. after
Okay,
1:30.
thank you. Okay.
Good morning, Director Ames.
Good morning. A little chilly. Thank you. I can always check my background when this goes on. Like, what does it look like back there? Okay.
Liz, are those trees, are we live 1st April before I start commenting on Director Ames's backyard?
Yes, we are live on Zoom.
Oh, great.
And
This
you
is
have
my
a,
backyard.
you have a beautiful background, by the way.
Thank you.
Backyard.
It's always good to see a little nature, right? It's supposed to de-stress everyone. Thank you.
Good morning, Director Allen. And good morning, Director Duffy.
Good morning.
So it's just now 9 o'clock. So if you're ready, District Secretary, let's call the meeting to order. And could you please call the roll?
Certainly. Director Duffy,
Here.
Director Foley,
Present.
Vice President Lee,
Here.
Director McPartlin,
Here.
Director Rayburn,
Here.
Director Simon,
Here.
Director Allen, Director Allen,
I'm here. Sorry about that.
Director Ames,
Here.
President Saltzman.
Here.
Thank you. We have a quorum.
Thank you. Director McPartlin, can you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
By all means, and thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Does anybody have special guests to introduce? Seeing none, I'll move on to announcements about the meeting. Please note that pursuant to all necessary findings having been made by the Board of Directors of the San Francisco Bay Area Rapid Transit for itself, as well as all subordinate legislative bodies, to continue remote public meetings in the manner contemplated under Urgency Legislation Assembly Bill number 361. Public participation for this meeting will be via teleconference only. And if you are joining us via Zoom and want to make a public comment, you can do so on any item. If you have called in, dial *9 to raise your hand and dial *6 to unmute when you are requested to speak. And if you are joining us on a device on Zoom, you can use the raise hand feature to be able to speak on any item. So moving on in items in our agenda to number 2, the report of the board president. Very short report today, just about the agenda. We do have a closed session at the end of the meeting, and I'm hoping to get into that closed session sometime between 12 and 1. So if we can conclude all of open session before that, that would be ideal. But if it's looking like we won't be able to, I might move the agenda around. I suspect we might have some public comment on item 9A about the Silicon Valley BART extension. So I may move that up on the agenda if it looks like we're not going to be able to conclude open session before 1. But otherwise, I think we'll take the agenda in order. So next on our agenda is the consent calendar. So does anyone wish to remove an item? And if not, is there a motion?
So moved.
Second,
I see Director Allen raising her hand, so I want to make sure she doesn't want to remove anything.
Yes, I would like to pull item 3D.
Okay, so Director Dufty, is it okay to amend your motion to all but 3D?
Thank you. Yes.
Okay, so let's vote on the consent calendar except for 3D. Oh, sorry, we have a public comment. So we'll go to public comment and then we'll go to the vote.
Yes, and President Salzman, I just also wanted to note the minutes for this meeting were also going to be pushed to the next meeting.
Thank you. I forgot to announce that. So we don't have the minutes to vote on, so we'll remove that as well, that in 3D, and we'll go to public comment now.
Sure. Alita, please go ahead.
Thank you, President Rebecca Saltzman. Alita Dupree for the record. My pronouns are she and her. The minutes have been removed. My question has been asked and answered. Thank you, and I conclude.
Thank you. And I don't see any other public comments. So let's go to the vote on the consent calendar except for 3A and 3B.
Director Dufty,
Aye.
Director Foley,
aye.
Vice President Lee, Vice President Lee.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Thank you.
Director McPartlin,
Aye.
Director Rayburn,
Yay.
Director Simon.
Yes.
Director Allen,
Yes.
Director Ames,
Yes.
President Saltzman.
Yes,
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously.
thank you. So we'll go to item 3D. Director Allen, did you have any questions about this? And you're on mute.
Yes, I do. So I just, I've heard from the one bidder that was disqualified on this matter, and so I just wanted to. I tried to get some answers from staff beforehand, but I was working on this morning, and I guess it was not enough time, and I apologize about that. But the question here, from my end, I'll just give you my understanding of the situation, and maybe we have to move forward and approve it on technicalities. But I think definitely this is an area where we could take a look at the process and say, how can we do this better? 2 bidders on this, and my preference would be to reject the bid, the one qualified bid or responsive bid, and move this back to rebid. That would be my motion. That is my motion on this. And here's why. We had 2 bidders on crane equipment, okay? Heavy equipment that's attached to trucks, and the Office of Civil Rights attached a 3% DBE requirement to this. Neither of the bidders was able to meet that goal, although one bidder did do so, and I still haven't really received the bid document from the bidder who came close. But this is a situation where the low bidder was disqualified for lack of DBE, but he does all of the work himself, and it's really a matter of purchasing. It's vendor items. He purchases peak components of equipment and then attaches it all to a truck himself. He doesn't subcontract any of it. He is a small business, but unfortunately, he is not certified in any of the appropriate certifications that were needed to be considered a DBE. And he was actually, I believe, listed by the other bidder as a sub-vendor. So the other bidder was going to actually subcontract part of the work to the second bidder, or at least, the attachment of some equipment. And so what we have here is that the low bidder by about $42,000 was disqualified. He is local in San Leandro, California, and we are going to pay $42,000 to now purchase this equipment from Kansas City, Missouri. And my understanding is, if I'm told the right story, is that the truck source vendor, who would be now the lowest responsive bidder and only one on this, that company will be utilizing a DBE out of the Southern California area. And that DBE is going to provide quality control services. Now, the low bidder here did not feel there was a need for him to contract out for quality control services to a DBE. He does that himself in-house. And so what we have here is Bart paying $42,000 more for equipment that will be sourced from Missouri, and a DBE from Southern California to provide the equipment. I think given that there's only one bidder, we can make a case, and we've done this before many times, to rebid this work. And I know that we can't award this to the local bidder, who really is the low bidder. But it just seems like our process here, where we kind of got the tail wagging the dog here, and it's costing Bart money. And so, as a result of this story, I'm actually going to pursue Bart looking at, putting a new part of the process in place, and I'll explore that later, where when we get into situations like this, where neither bidder meets the DBE, that we look to local business enterprises. And I know that we don't really do that. So those are my thoughts. I wasn't able to really get an answer to a couple of my questions this morning, but I would like to hear from staff on this matter.
Yeah, staff, do you have a response?
I do. Directors Maceo Wiggins, Director of the Office of Civil Rights. So first, I would like to note that this is a federally funded contract, and there are no geographic preferences permissible under federally funded contracts. What that means is, as much as we would love to award to a local business, we cannot single out a local business for any kind of preferential treatment. A business in Texas that is certified as a DBE in California is the equivalent of any DBE, or disadvantaged business enterprise, that's domiciled in the state of California. And so, as much as we, again, would love to have a local business doing this, we're bound by our federal grant rules and the DBE programmatic rules. The other thing I would note is we don't set a requirement for the goal, it's a goal. A requirement would mean that no one would be eligible to be awarded this contract because no one met the actual goal. In this case, the apparent low bidder went through the standardized process, which is governed and dictated by the grant process rules we sign up for and the underlying federal regulations. And these rules basically say that if you are unable to meet the goal, the only way you can be awarded the contract is to meet the goal or demonstrate sufficient good faith efforts to meet that goal. In this case, the apparent low bidder subcontracted 0% of the work to DBEs, and pursuant to our processes was afforded a hearing with an independent hearing officer to affirm the district's decision. He elected to have that hearing, and during the course of the hearing, the individual essentially admitted that they had not made a good faith effort to meet the DBE goal. So that's why that bidder was disqualified. It's not just the actions of OCR, but subsequent to that action, any bidder has the right to request a hearing with an independent hearing officer, and that hearing officer can overrule the district's decision. In this case, I do not believe they did. And so it's unfortunate. The other part of it is that QA/QC are the elements of the work to be subcontracted. That's entirely dependent on the decisions of the individual bidder. Maceo may want to do his QA/QC in-house, but Director Dufty may want to subcontract that work out. It's not up to us to step on the business decisions of each individual bidder because we don't really get down to that level of granularity in terms of tell us how you do your business. So I can't really speak to why one shop decided to do QA/QC in-house and the other one didn't. What we can simply speak to is that one bidder, that was the apparent low bidder, did not make a good faith effort to meet the goal and did not meet it. They're not eligible for award. And the second low bidder also did not meet the goal, but demonstrated sufficient good faith efforts to meet the goal. They submitted their documentation timely, and the analyst who I spoke to this morning just before I came in had no issues to address in that process. So the process itself, for everything I have in front of me, was as clean as it could be.
Thank you, Maceo. And just a couple of questions. Did you say that that Bart is required to request a 3% DBE, or is this something that Office of Civil Rights imposes?
No, we set goals. We do not impose goals, but yes, the Office of Civil Rights has the responsibility for doing that. And I'm happy to sit down with you, Director Allen, if you want to go through our analytics process and see how we get there. It's a pretty in-depth process. And so I would just note that one of the things we see in our federal contracting right now is a lot of purchases, not picking on our colleagues in M&E and PD&C, but they're buying a lot of things. And we have the opportunity to set DBE goals on these purchases because we have identified that there are systemic inequities in contracting in the procurement area for disadvantaged business enterprises, which are primarily businesses owned by people of color and women.
And is it possible that Doc Bailey is available? I know that he said he wanted to do public comment on this. I'm not sure if he called in for that, District Secretary.
Yes, I see his hand raised. So just before we go to him, are there other directors with questions? Not comments, but if there are questions, let's put those forward now and then we'll go to Doc Bailey. So Director Ames.
Thank you. Director Allen and Maceo, I just had a question about the effort, the good faith effort that was apparently not made. So if you're a small business and you decide to do everything in-house and you don't have a DBE, or disadvantaged business opportunity, are you supposed to still make the effort even though you want to do everything in-house?
Thank you, Director Ames. Yes, ma'am, that is correct. So the core objective of the DBE program is to remedy systemic inequities and discrimination in particularly in the transportation, construction, contracting industry. And so when the district sets a goal, like I said earlier, you have two ways to get awarded that contract. You can meet the goal, or you can demonstrate sufficient good faith efforts to meet the goal. If we didn't have the good faith efforts portion, that would simply be a quota, and quotas are illegal. So the idea here is you don't have to meet the goal, but you have to try as hard as you can to meet that goal and then document those efforts. Who did I reach out to? Who did I communicate with? Who did I offer assistance with bonding? Who did I reach out to in different states that are certified here? Did I reach out to OCR for help? Did I solicit them with written letters instead of emails? Did I negotiate and engage with them even though they may not be the lowest price? But I need to show that I'm trying to get to this number that we are setting as our goal. If you cannot get there, there is still a path to be awarded the contract, but you need to document those efforts very well and just turn that into the district. I think it's 5 days following the opening of prices. If they're an hour late, 2 hours late, you're not timely, we don't accept that. And so it's a pretty complex and a nuanced ballet, essentially. But there is definitely a path forward if you cannot meet the goal. It's just in this case, it appears that this bidder did not really go along that path.
Okay, so okay, that's a good explanation. So they're supposed to make phone calls, try to do their best to get somebody, a DBE, involved with the actual contract. But are we assisting contractors to do that before I guess we would get involved with the bidding process, so I guess we wouldn't do that right before the bid, but do we actually educate the contractors to do this? It seems like there might have been some misinformation or, misunderstanding of how that worked.
Correct. I think that there may have been a misunderstanding about that. Any bidder who has questions about it can certainly reach out to our office, or technically reach out to procurement, who will then connect them with our office, and we can provide assistance and support. And I would also note that these requirements are a big part and have been a part of our contracting process. I don't want to say time immemorial, but as long as I've been at the district.
Director Foley, do you have a question? And if not, okay, go ahead.
Just a quick question. Maceo, has Doc Bailey done business with Bart before, and have they been successful in bidding process before?
I believe they have.
Okay, thank you.
And I would also note and close by noting that the hearing officer's opinion on the decision, independent hearing officers, was essentially unqualified. They did not qualify their opinion from ours, which they can do. They can say, hey, the district said they didn't send certified mail letters, and they did, so that's a mark in their favor. My read of the letter didn't have any of that in it.
Thank you. So we'll go to public comment and then we'll get back to directors.
Doc, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Doc Bailey, owner of Doc Bailey Construction Equipment. Is our microphone working?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Good. Yes, Mr. Macy, thank you. I did request an independent hearing to understand what happened in the processes. When I got the letter from Bart requiring me to qualify my efforts on a DBE effort, I had nothing to give them. When I went on the website and looked up all the DBEs that were registered under Bart, none of them qualified as any kind of a source that would help me or facilitate me or that I could use. They were trucking companies, sand and gravel, you name it, everybody but anybody that was practical to the contract. I maintained my search radius on the Bart website for Contra Costa County, Alameda County, and local areas, because I assumed that our efforts were to use this money in a local small business or DBE scenario. I did reach out to the contract person who told me to contact Civil. I contacted Civil, and I didn't get a phone call back until the following day after my letter had been submitted. And when I asked him why he didn't call me back, the comment was, everything was in the bid package. You should have known what you were doing. We didn't feel it was necessary to call you back and help you with any details. So I felt kind of bamboozled by the fact that, yes, I did make an effort. I went on the website, I looked around, but there was nobody that made any practical sense to add in or confirm or talk about or anything else. So I didn't put nothing down. There was nobody there. I'm a small business. I've been doing business with Bart for 25 years. And I didn't think geographically. Now, like Mr. Macy said, at our conference, he enlightened me that it's federal money. So it could be anywhere in Texas, California, Nevada, anybody that's registered to do DBE in California. So I look at that 3% as a goal. I personally feel that the information was not detailed enough that I had to actually physically find a DBE. So therefore, I just think that because neither one of us met the 3%, I don't agree either one of us should get it. It should be redone, but that's my position.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey.
Thank you.
I don't know if there's a second for my motion to send this back for rebid.
I'll second that. Yeah.
So we have a motion and a second, and we can vote on that unless somebody would like to make a substitute motion. Director Lee.
Yeah,
I have a question as well.
Okay,
Oh,
so
take
Director Lee and then
Simon.
Director Simon.
Oh, no, you can
Or-
take Director Simon.
Go ahead, Director Simon.
I guess the question is to staff, should we rebid? I mean, we've had these kind of conversations before, and typically it's been an emergency situation where rebidding would cause deep delays in a project that was mandatory, that needed to take place in a certain amount of time. What would be is there any collateral consequences in terms of timing to rebid this contract?
Good morning, Director Simon and Board. So staff's recommendation is as it stands, which is to approve the motion. This is equipment necessary to move forward the CBTC contract. And we are on a tight timeline and we recommend approval.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll go to Director Lee and then McPartlin and then Dufty.
If people have comments, I'd rather take the comments before making a motion.
Okay, so if folks can make comments and leave Director Lee to the motion, Director McPartlin.
I think that, first of all, Director Allen ended up bringing up something that needed to be clarified, and thank you very much. I think there was enough confusion associated with this that a good faith effort was made, and like a lot of other things that have happened in the not too distant past or recent past that have shown that we could have done better with our due diligence from the standpoint of being responsive. And I would go ahead and back up Director Allen. I think that we should end up go ahead and rebid this, reject all bids, and have a fresh start at it once again.
Okay. Director Allen.
Oh, I wanted to ask Michael, you said this was critical equipment to the CBTC project. Are we actually like in the ground starting that work?
Morning, Director Javier Martinez, Group Manager for Core Capacity, under which the CBTC project is a part of. That is correct. We are starting work. This is part of our early or enabling works project that precedes the CBTC project. So it's crucial that we stay on schedule, as the DGM said, because any delays in receiving this equipment that will be supporting our Bart forces doing this enabling works would potentially delay the CBTC contractor Hitachi in doing their work, and that would cause schedule and claims on delays for this large contract.
Okay, thank you. Because last time I talked to some contractors about this, they're still in design on this thing. But with respect to this equipment that we are purchasing, is it equipment that we already have and we're replacing, or is this new specialized equipment that is only for this CBTC project?
This is new equipment, Director, that will support this contract.
But do we have a similar equipment that could be used until we get it?
Not dedicated for this contract, and so this is
But do
part
we
of
have
why-
similar equipment?
Similar in the district, but not dedicated for this work.
Okay, and when do you expect that this work would begin with the use of this equipment? What date?
September is when we're looking at beginning the work in the field, actually.
And this equipment would be needed at that time in September?
Around that time. So this is one of those long lead items too. The trucks definitely don't come out of the factory ready for work on our right of way. The vendor customizes this piece of equipment. And so that therefore we consider this long lead equipment that we'll be doing work with.
And can Doc Bailey actually comment on the lead time?
I don't know if, I mean,
Well,
I don't know if that makes sense.
It's important to the issue of
unless we have both companies here. I mean, we don't.
Well, I mean, he's the bidder in question, and so I'm just wondering if he can comment on what the lead time is on actually completion of this equipment. And
Okay, if we can keep it to 10 seconds.
Sure.
Let's go to Doc Bailey. April, if you can unmute.
Doc, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Ford is the key here. Ford chassis, they're 13 months out from any date of order.
so we would never get those by, even if we awarded today, we would not get them by September.
No, there's already 5 trucks that were awarded to me in August of last year. that are due to be in this August for, I don't know if it's the same project or another project, but they're the exact same trucks, just 5 other ones.
So staff, could you comment, is the other bidder able to deliver them more quickly?
Director Javier Martinez again. I would have to go back and see what they put in for their delivery schedule, but the point is, if we go out for rebid, it's a minimum of a few months to put the rebid into contract. So that will even delay us even further in this process.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to Director Duffy since he hasn't spoken yet on this.
Thank you. I just want to thank Maceo Wiggins for doing an excellent job of explaining the process to us and explaining the steps that are required of federally funded projects. And Mr. Bailey has indicated that he has had prior experience bidding and doing work with Bart. And so I'm comfortable that this is a situation in which the absence of a documented or expressed good faith effort during the hearing process, that's what it is. And so I'm figuring that Director Lee is going to offer a substitute motion to approve this contract as proposed and brought before the board, and I support that and would be willing to second that motion.
Thank you. Director Lee, do you want to make that motion at this point?
Yeah,
if that's the motion.
I was basically going to just make the same comments Director Duffy did, so I'd like to align myself to his comments and make a substitute motion of approving this contract as is. Someone that would like to second?
I think Director Duffy. Yes. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. I do see that we have another public comment. I'm just going to say for the rest of the meeting, because we do have a long meeting, I'm not going to go back and forth between public comment and directors. So once public comment is closed, it's going to be closed. But since I hadn't said that yet, I'll go to this one public commenter who hasn't spoken yet. And I think then we'll go to the vote.
Caller whose number ends in 7166, please go ahead. Please accept the unmute request.
Sorry. Is this the public comment portion regarding the mask mandate?
No, we're a couple items away from that. Thank you, but we'll get there soon.
Thank you.
Thank you. So let's go to the vote.
Okay. So to confirm, we're voting on the motion made by Vice President Lee and seconded by Director Duffy.
Yes, and that motion, just so people know, is for the staff recommendation.
Director Duffy,
Yes.
Director Foley,
Aye.
Vice President Lee,
Yes.
Director McPartlin,
Aye.
Director Rayburn,
Yay.
Director Simon,
Yes.
Director Allen,
No.
Director Ames,
No.
President Saltzman.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries with Director Allen and Ames voting no.
Thank you. We'll now move on to item 4. This is general public comment for items not on the agenda. So if you are here to comment on the mask requirement or any other agendized items, please save those comments. This is just for general comments. So let's go to those.
Alita, please go ahead.
Thank you again, President Rebecca Saltzman and members. Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her. It's always good to be back with you. I speak generally. I did get to ride the system again a few days ago, and then I'm going to come back and ride it again this weekend. It was fine. I really like the new trains. I hope we can get more new trains. I don't have to wear my earplugs. And used Clipper. Auto load went fine. Can't say I've ever had a problem with Clipper. So we got to keep working on Clipper and Clipper Start. We want to help people engage with Clipper because it's not just about Bart, but it's about a regional ecosystem that people from all over the world and all economic and societal strata can participate in fully. I would like to see some consistency with how we manage our meetings. I really like the Zoom interface that we are using in these board meetings, but we don't have that same interface in some of these other meetings, and sometimes the chairs of those meetings forget to call for public comment, and I have to unmute and say, excuse me, are you going to take public comment on this? And I think we just have to have a uniform, consistent platform for our meetings, and to ensure that the meeting login information is always there. They're public meetings. They're important to me. So I want the ease of use because I don't want to be left behind in the station. And so how do we build ourselves, again, a BART that is more inclusive as I continue to share my story about who I am? And I wish that more of these subcommittees had public-facing aspects to them, especially the committees that you're not serving on, because it's hard to get your staff questions answered when you're not in the room. And so I just have to continue to spread the word, because there are a lot of people on BART who don't know what to do with me. And that's got to change, because I am simply an ordinary user of BART who wants to use the system just as everybody else. And I enjoy coming to the Bay Area using BART, and I've been using the airport connector, and it's been working fine because I come to BART on airplanes, and I'm very afraid of flying on airplanes. I've flown 23 times in the last year, and so I guess I'm doing all right. But more so, let's continue to work on being legendary and stately, because you can never have enough Grand Central Terminal. But even more so, remember this: BART is the people's system. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Joe, please go ahead.
Okay, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, great. I won't take the full 3 minutes. I know we've got a very busy meeting today at the BART, but I just want to thank BART for providing some quality service. I just flew down to ride your system a couple of weeks ago, happily wore my mask, knowing that we have to protect the most vulnerable and put community over convenience. I was able to complete a aviation journalism assignment of writing about the 737 MAX from Seattle to San Jose. Got a free VTA shuttle, put on my mask and for the shuttle, and then took it to Mills and then transferred to Mills to ride your system. It's an incredibly wonderful transit system, and it's important that system is safe. And that's why we have rules against smoking on the train. We have rules about wearing a mask on the train. It's really, really important that we protect kids under 5, we protect the immunocompromised, and we just stand up for what's right. And that's why I hope you saw my emails where I showed you pictures of me wearing a BART hat on Sound Transit. It's because you guys stand up for what's right, and I want to be kind and give back the balance of my time. And let's win this one for BART! Let's go, BART! Yeah!
Thank you for your enthusiasm.
Wake
I
up.
believe that concludes general public comment. So we will move forward in the agenda with item 5A, which is an item I'm bringing forward along with Vice President Lee and Director Dufty to amend the customer code of conduct to include a mask requirement. So I'm just going to introduce this briefly, and then I plan to go to public comment and then go back to other directors. So, this has come about quite quickly, and it's because last week there was a federal ruling that invalidated the federal mask requirement on transit and on planes. None of us expected it. None of the transit agencies, the Bay Area or anywhere else expected it. So I think everybody was kind of scrambling to respond. And what we found out last week was that, BART staff on their own didn't have the authority to continue with a mask requirement without the board taking a policy action. And so we put together this language for the code of conduct. It was the thing we could implement the most quickly versus an ordinance. And so we went this route. And the plan is, if this passes, The signs in the stations will be updated. There will be information, that frontline staff and police can carry around about this update. And what is being proposed is temporary. The intention is not to have a permanent mask requirement on BART. The reality is we're still in the midst of a public health crisis. And in the past 3 weeks, cases have been going up every day in the Bay Area. And I know more and more people are getting out and back to work and doing things. And lots of people here in the Bay Area are vaccinated and boosted, which is fantastic, but there's still populations that are at high risk of COVID, and there's still transmission happening. And particularly, the intention of this measure is to protect those vulnerable communities, people who have underlying health conditions, people who are immunocompromised, the kids under 5 who are still not yet eligible to be vaccinated. It's pretty wild. I've got fully vaccinated a year ago and my child still can't, but it is a reality. So this is a small thing to ask our riders to continue doing, to wear their masks. And by doing it, they'll be protecting all of the riders around them. I've been on BART a few times this week, and it's been nice to see that the vast majority of people are still wearing their masks. So clearly folks support this. But there are a few more not wearing masks than there were, a week or two ago. And so I think it's important to continue this requirement, to continue to protect the safety of our riders. I have been talking with the general manager and deputy general manager about implementation of this. And the goal is to not penalize people. The goal is to get people to wear their masks. So just like the past implementation of this, it's really going to focus on education, first asking people who aren't wearing masks to put their mask on. And if they don't have a mask, then they would be given a mask. The frontline staff and police officers and ambassadors will continue to be providing free masks. And only at that point could there be some repercussion if they still refuse to put on a mask. But for the first week of it, until the signs get up, the plan is there will only be warnings given out. So we'll be phased in if we approve this today. And again, the goal is to get people to wear masks, not to penalize them. So that's just a synopsis of what we are proposing today. If folks want to make public comment, if you could raise your hand right now, and I will give about 15 seconds to see how many hands we have up so I can determine how much time people will get. So again, if you would like to speak on this, please raise your hand right now. If you are calling in, you can raise your hand using *9. And if you are on a computer or device, you can use the raise hand feature. So I see we have quite a few speakers, so I'm going to limit public comment to 2 minutes. So let's get started with the public comment.
Beth, please go ahead.
Good morning, President Salzman and BART directors. My name is Beth Kenny, and you've already received emails from me about the impact of the removal of mask requirements upon me and my family as an immunocompromised person with disabilities. The swift removal of mask requirements across public transit has reminded me of something my mom used to ask me as a child. She would ask me, if all my friends jumped off a bridge, would I do it too? She would ask this question when I tried to excuse my bad decisions making on my peers, and that all my friends were doing it. In this spirit, I'm asking you not to focus on the decision of other transit agencies, and instead ask the real question in front of you today. Will not requiring masks on BART lead to further transmission of COVID-19? Those in favor of mask requirements have not made this claim. We all understand that removing this basic preventive measure will lead to more COVID infections. More COVID infections will lead to more cases of long COVID. There's a great deal to learn about long COVID, but what we know is scary and behooves us all to proceed with caution. More COVID infections will also lead to more deaths in vulnerable communities. For many vulnerable people, public transit is their only source of transportation, and they have no choice but to be exposed to the increased risk. BART is an essential service that cannot be avoided like a restaurant. You are uniquely positioned to continue requiring a precaution measure that will prevent disability and death. BART can stand up for the health of its riders and employees, or it can go along with the crowd and continue to place additional burdens on the communities that have been disproportionately impacted by the pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hamilton, please go ahead.
Hi, this is Hamilton Carter. I live in District 11 in San Francisco. The kids here who are 11, 9, and 7 and I ride BART every day all over the Bay. It's basically the backbone for all of our travel. We don't have a car. So we get over to our BART station. If we have to, we can walk to our BART station, but our BART station gets us then to all the other areas in the Bay, and then we can launch out into other transit agencies from there. I have a pulmonary condition where I am already susceptible to lung blood clots. I'm fully vaxxed. The kids here are fully vaxxed. We're fortunate. The kids here are over 7. But I still might have issues. We all have friends. The kids here are friends with other kids who are under 5. And also we care about our community, and we want our community to stay safe. And so we really appreciate you proposing to bring the mask mandate back, and we support the mask mandate coming back. It's a small thing that everybody in the community can do to keep everybody safe, and it's going to pay off for all of us, because in the end, having fewer people sick can only be good, and having more people sick is only going to hose up any number of things that we maybe haven't even thought of. Anyway, thank you very much for your support, and please do bring the mask mandate back.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Caller whose number ends in 7166, please go ahead.
Hi. My name is Hammy. I'm an 11-year-old.
Oh, Hammy, we can't hear you. I see you're still on the call, but are you muted perhaps?
Why don't we go to the next speaker and come back?
Jordan, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Jordan Davis. My pronouns are she and her. Louder, my pronouns are she and her. I live in San Francisco. I am a disabled person and I'm an equity advocate, but I'm against this. I say fuck this arbitrary and capricious mask mandate while we are in the CDC's green or yellow community risk tier, which all the Bay Area counties are. And here's why. One-way masking works and disabled people can wear N95s or other high-quality masks to protect themselves. 2, vaccines work on immunocompromised people as well as people of color and all the other equity communities. This is like very anti-vaxxer move that you're pulling here. 3, it needlessly criminalizes people, including those who can't mask due to disability. There's no mask exemption. There's no exemptions for people with disabilities that make it hard to wear a mask, according to the proposed policy. 4, BART is safer than any other indoor space due to air filtration. I mean, if I can go to a thrash metal concert and mosh with a bunch of unmasked people, we can definitely not need a mask mandate on BART. And 5, it's not politically feasible and will lead to backlash, Democrats losing the midterms, and you all getting recalled. In fact, the SF school board got recalled by overwhelming margins due in part to mask mandates. And I don't want to see that happen. And I think it's really about time to sit down, shut up, read the room, reassess our priorities. And Fauci was saying the pandemic is basically over. And I just don't think we should be bringing back these requirements, and we need to focus on what's most important, getting people vaccinated and basically continuing on, and this is arbitrary and capricious and will set a bad example, and we just shouldn't do this. You're just going to piss too many people off. And it applies also to outdoor settings, so that's fucked.
Thank you. Before we go on to the next speaker, I want to clarify the language, which we actually did amend in the middle of the week. So maybe not everybody has seen the updated language. So the language is use the BART. It's in the code of conduct, and it says you are not able to use the BART paid area without wearing a mask. This rule shall not apply to 1, individuals who are unable to wear a mask due to a disability or medical condition, and 2, children under age 2. This rule is effective until 7/18/2002, unless extended by the Board of Directors. So it does not apply to outdoor areas, and there is an exemption for those who are not able to wear masks. So next public speaker.
Casey, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Casey Conyers. I work for the Center for Independent Living in Berkeley. And I live with postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome, or POTS, which is one of the illnesses that someone can get after being infected with COVID-19. And it means that before I found extensive specialists to test and treat my illness, nearly every time I stood up, my heart rate increased over 30 beats per minute. I got super dizzy. I felt like I was going to faint. Everything went white. And this impacts my whole nervous system. It made me nearly bedridden for months and unable to work. If I got COVID-19, it could exacerbate my POTS and I might become unable to work again. But this isn't just about me. I and many others can't afford to take the risk of getting infected or getting infected again. We still don't know the whole impact of infection from COVID-19. We've seen when mask mandates lift, more people become infected with COVID-19. The Ed Roberts Center, where the SIL and other organizations that people work with disabilities at, is one of the main ways people get to our campus. They get there through the BART station, through the Ashby BART. And also, since BART and AC Transit share oversight of East Bay Paratransit, I ask that the BART board please do everything in your power to instate a requirement for masks for riders and drivers, not only for BART, but also for East Bay Paratransit. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Rosemary, please go ahead. Rosemary? There you
Yes, hello. My name's Rosemary Ehat, and I use BART several times a week. I'm 76. Although I'm in good health, I am worried about getting COVID, of course. And I really appreciate the efforts that BART has made to keep the air as clean as possible. And I think that it's so important that we think about the most vulnerable people who are using BART, who are among the people who need it more than anyone. And that those would be people who are immunocompromised or children who haven't been able to get vaccinated. And I had an idea which might not be legal, but I wondered if possibly, let's say if it was a 10-car train, the first 5 cars could be for those who want to wear masks. And then the other cars would be for those who don't want to wear masks. That might not be legal to do, but it was an idea based on, for example, Amtrak has quiet cars at certain times of the day. And I don't think they enforce it, but it's just an idea. In case there's a way that all of a sudden there's a change and masks have to be taken off, by federal law, perhaps BART could instate this, saying those who would choose could because I usually go to the front car. It usually has more people with masks on. And I appreciate very much all the efforts you make to help people get around, especially those who don't have cars. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Maddie, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Maddie Ruglo. I'm a disabled BART rider living in Oakland, and I want to encourage you to vote yes on the mask mandate. One-way masking is not as effective as everyone masking, and while indoor mask mandates have been lifted, in many spaces, most high-risk people are not going to, for example, indoor thrash metal concerts. We are, in general, still being very cautious because we know that we're at risk. Not everybody has a choice about how they get around, and BART is an essential service. But some of us do have a choice, and we may choose to drive instead of take BART if the mask mandate is not reinstated. And BART's ridership is just starting to recover, and I think this would be a move in the wrong direction, both for safety and for ridership. I appreciate BART's leadership on safety throughout the pandemic and hope you'll continue that leadership now and vote yes on the mask mandate. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Warren, please go ahead.
The audio now unmuted. Zoom webinar. To be quiet that. Hello, everyone. This is Warren Cushman, and I am here to support President Saltzman and Vice President Lee's courageous leadership and ask the rest of the directors to please go along with President Saltzman and Vice President Lee and support the mask situation. I really feel that leadership is important here, and that BART has taken strong leadership in the past around the pandemic. I have diabetes and asthma, so I have some concerns around traveling on BART without masks. And I just want to say that I support all my colleagues with disabilities, and I do want to urge that we move forward with the mask requirements and appreciate all the work that's been done. Thank you.
Admin has stopped screen share.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Caller whose phone number ends in 8418, please go ahead. Caller, you're unmuted and you're able to speak. Okay. President Saltzman, should I move to the next speaker?
Sure, if we don't have that person.
Caller who ends in 8418, please go ahead. I see you popped back up. Okay, so we'll go ahead and move to the next speaker. Jesse, please go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Jesse Hunt, and I'm the president and business agent for ATU Local 1555. Thank you, Board of Directors, President Saltzman. I appreciate the time to speak to you about this issue. While we support the board's efforts to ensure that BART remains safe, we have some significant concerns regarding the implementation and enforcement of this proposal. We're very concerned that this mandate will place our members in a position where we'll be both expected to enforce this mandate by our riders and faced with riders who refuse to comply, leading to conflict, confrontations, and ultimately the assault of our members. This really cannot be allowed to happen without proper support. Should the board move forward with this mandate, our members must receive that support from BART management and cannot be put in the position of placing themselves in harm's way in an untenable position between the riders who are on the extremes of this issue. Thank you for your time and your attention to these concerns. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Next speaker.
Caller whose number ends in 1034, please go ahead.
Good morning, President Saltzman and board members. My name is Kathy DeLuca, and I'm a regular BART rider. I rely on BART to get from Oakland, where I live, to go to San Francisco, where I work. And I'm a proud BART rider, but I am not proud that there's no longer a mask mandate on BART. You know, as so many folks have said, and the President Saltzman has said, we're still in the midst of a pandemic. So now is not the time to drop vital protections for your riders. In San Francisco, in my job, I actually help older adults and folks with disabilities access transportation options. And based on this experience, I can confidently say that most of those folks will not ride BART unless there's a mask mandate. They're just too worried about their health, and I hope that you would be too. So I'm here today to urge you to be leaders in the Bay Area. We need you to lead and do the right thing by instating a mask mandate, including for East Bay paratransit. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Jen, please go ahead.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Hi. Yeah, I would just like to speak up in support of bringing back the mask mandate. I'm a disabled person. I live with 2 high-risk family members, one whom I'm a caregiver for. I really appreciate those supporting the mask mandate. I will just say one thing. While I absolutely think it's essential to protect the vulnerable, including immunocompromised, disabled, and kids under 5, I just want to make clear that it's not just a nice thing for vulnerable people to bring back the mask mandate. It's actually beneficial for everyone. And I would love to see rhetoric reflect that, because anyone potentially is at risk for long COVID. I'm 6 months post-booster. Even though we have high boost vaccinated population, a lot of people have waning immunity, new variants. So I just want to urge you all to support the mask mandate coming back on BART, and to make it clear that it's actually beneficial for everyone, not just a certain subset of the population. So that's all I have for my time. And thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Alita, please go ahead.
Thank you again, President Rebecca Saltzman. Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her. I put myself at the end of the line. Thanks. This is important. I hope you got to read my most recent email where I talked about my travels in airports and trains and buses. And, you know, this court ruling doesn't change the morbidity and toxicity of COVID. So I've flown on these 2 flights since the court ruling and wore a mask. And I've been in 3 airports, LAX, Oakland, and Harry Reid International in Las Vegas, and wore a mask. And wore a mask on the buses and on the trains and in the ride shares and in the grocery store, because words don't change this pandemic. It's serious. And there are some people, as you've said before, can't get vaccinated. And, or even if they are, they have immunocompromised issues. So I want the safest BART that we can have. I'm a person with disabilities. I've had my 3rd booster shot, and I might get the 4th. And I want to be safe, and I want those around me to be safe, because there's an old saying, what goes around comes around with these infections. I ask that you support me as a person who is vaccinated and wear masks. I wear masks. I don't care what the world thinks. I put them on, and I have them in different colors, and I've gotten used to them. And I've never had COVID. And I think a big reason why I've never had COVID is because I've been vaccinated. I'm wearing masks. So I'm doing this not just for me, but for others. And I ask that you vote in favor of this, because this represents the ideal that BART isn't just for a few, but it is the people's system. Vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Caller whose number ends in 6233, please go ahead. Please accept the unmute request. There you go.
Hi, good morning. My name is Antonio Taylor, longtime complainer, first-time caller. I'd like to give you a thought experiment. How many Oscar grants are you willing to create? And how comfortable are you, Mrs. Salty, with the use of excessive force in order to get your own way? Laws like this was created in the supposed interest of health, such as raising cigarette taxes, caused the deaths of people like Eric Gardner. All it takes is one viral video and things go haywire. You cause headaches for your law department, and you cause civil unrest. In 2020, we had race riots, and I don't like the fact of race riots. And I know a board member like Mrs. Simon had to relocate to a temporary residence over the issue of the race riots and the backlash of it. So on the flip side, you went gung-ho for this. Mrs. Trout and Mrs. Salty have been gung-ho for this. But yes, we have to pull your teeth because you drag your feet on the illegal drug dealing, the legal immigrant drug dealers, these death merchants that are on your doorstep. They're in your stations and they're handling out their wares. So if you had half as much as zeal to deal with the drug dealers, I bet more people would be writing today. However, unfortunately, the San Francisco representatives are on record of supporting a corrupt district attorney who's named after a cop killer that likes to withhold evidence from defendants that he don't like, even after he cheats and still loses the cases. So here's the brass tacks. BART has been running off the federal largesse for 2 years in order to sustain itself. Even your finance team shows that there's a current deficit of $100 million per year for the decade, which is $1 billion. And that was before the inflation numbers and the bad GDP results that came out earlier this morning.
Thank you. Your time is up, and we'll now move on to the next speaker.
Thank you.
Speaker whose number ends in 9882, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Rhea Small, and I'm an organizer at Senior and Disability Action. I'm also an Oakland resident, and I am calling in today to urge all of the BART board directors to support President Saltzman's motion to require masks on BART. Despite some misleading rhetoric coming from all levels of government saying that the pandemic is over or it's wrapping up, we're still having hundreds of deaths a day, and cases have been rising every day in the Bay Area for 3 weeks. Our wastewater sewage measures are showing that cases are actually very high in parts of the Bay Area. Test positivity in San Francisco is above 5%. And with these kind of conditions, it seems incredibly short-sighted and dangerous to remove mask requirements on BART. Especially for seniors, for disabled people, people who are immunocompromised, kids under 5, and also people of color. Black people have lost an average of 3 years of life expectancy during this pandemic, and Latinx people in the US have lost almost 4 years. So with these horrible disparities and with almost 1 million deaths in the United States in the last 2 years and deaths continuing apace, I don't think that BART directors can, in good conscience, vote against a mask requirement when it's one of the easiest, cheapest, and most effective ways to slow the spread. It's also in the interest of drivers. Public transit operators have also died at very high rates of COVID, and that is continuing. I'm not sure if you're aware that despite vaccines and boosters, in January and February, 40% of COVID deaths were among vaccinated people. Vaccines are great, but they are not enough without masks and without other safety measures. So please support your constituents, support seniors, disabled people, families, kids, people of color, and please support a mask requirement on BART. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Caller whose number ends in 2154, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Shauna Reeves, and I live in Oakland with my 4-year-old. He can't get vaccinated at this time due to his age. We're avid BART riders, but we stopped riding since BART dropped the mask requirement. There's no way I'm going to risk his health if I don't have to. In addition, he could pick up COVID while riding and bring it back to his daycare where he could spread it to his care provider or a number of babies there. Or, of course, he could spread it to a vulnerable family member. So many families in Alameda County don't have the luxury of opting out of public transit and getting into cars, so I'm actually calling in for them. Please reinstate the mask mandate for BART. Why is LA taking a stand on this, but the Bay Area is not? The San Francisco Chronicle reported that Bay Area COVID cases are up 110% in a month. BART really has a chance to be on the right side of history on this by getting masks back on its trains. So please make that happen today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hammy, please go ahead. Hammy, you're unmuted. Please go ahead. Okay. Shall I move to the next speaker, President Saltzman?
Yes, thank you.
Raul, please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Raul Maldonado. I'm in the area of like the MacArthur station. And I wanted to call in for my support for the mask mandate. I'm actually a person that is actually indifferent for mask mandates, however, since I've recently traveled on different transit systems and also flown on flights after the unfortunate turnaround for mask mandates. So I'm very indifferent as I myself have become, more relaxed about it. But, I understand there are still those that do have health concerns that, would need this mask mandate for themselves and the other vulnerable population. I do have a recommendation I've heard from others, and actually someone on this call is like, why not have the first X number of cars have a mask mandate being forced, or kind of like what you think of like safety cars, right? Having those first 5 be available for those that, can still ride BART, but feel comfortable, right? This is kind of like some equivalent analogy of in Japan, where their trains have, sometimes carts for safety, specifically for women. That's something I encountered in my past, and I was like, whoa, maybe something BART can have like that in the future if this proposed mask mandate isn't approved, right? You can have that backup, especially for our vulnerable population in the Bay Area. Once again, just calling in support for mask mandate, and hopefully you all are having a good day. Cheers.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Caller whose number ends in 7535, please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Hi, sorry, it took me a moment to unmute. This is Jessica Lehman with Senior and Disability Action. Thank you so much for talking about this issue. You have heard from a lot of disabled people, seniors, immunocompromised people about how important it is to reinstate the mask mandate. And I am one of the disabled people who is at risk of serious illness and potentially death if I were to get COVID. I am a regular BART rider in general, but I can't ride if it means putting myself at risk in that way. And we have seen so much ableism and ageism throughout the pandemic with, comments about most people are fine and most people don't need to worry, really ignoring disabled people and older people and everyone else who will not be okay if they get COVID. That's not what the Bay Area stands for. It is time to reinstate the mask mandate on BART and in other transit agencies, with, of course, an exception for disabled people who can't wear masks, with not requiring BART operators to enforce it and put themselves at risk, but also providing them the support as the union president called for. It's really important that you all come together and take leadership on this. Not only around the Bay Area, but around the country. We know that disabled people, older people, the general public are watching. They want to see what is a key Bay Area transit agency going to do. Are we going to show that everyone has the right and the ability to ride safely? And we know that others will follow. So we ask you today to show that leadership, do the right thing, reinstate the mask mandate. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Joe, please go ahead.
Thank you. Joe Kunstler here. It is so great to see you again and address you about this mask mandate. I hope you've read my emails on the subject. I also hope I don't take the full 2 minutes, but I just want to take this opportunity to stress to you the importance of regional leadership, and that if you don't do this mask mandate, no other transit will. There's been this myth going around that oh, the feds aren't enforcing the mask mandate, so you can't do it. Well, one of your special people that you know taught all of us that there's this thing called a code of conduct. And you can put this in your code of conduct and say, hey, you can't be risking spreading COVID to those that absolutely depend on transit. They don't have a choice. It's either transit or not taking transit. And, that needs to be respected. And, if and for people who are more disabled than me, like the immunocompromised, and yes, for those children 5 and under, we need to center them and not those that want to whine about law enforcement. I mean, abiding by the law is how you don't have a bad interaction with law enforcement. Okay? Just wear a silly mask. All right? I don't like wearing these things, but I care more about other people than my convenience. Something about community over convenience, something about patriotism, something about we want transits to lead the region, not follow. And that's why I'm wearing a Bart cap while giving my Zoom testimony, because you guys stand up for what's right and what's American. And I want to thank the board and staff for coming up with this plan. And I will definitely urge other transits to adopt this plan if it passes today. Thank you for your brave leadership. I apologize for taking all the 2 minutes. Have a nice day. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Caller whose number ends in 7575, please go ahead. Please go ahead, you're unmuted.
Thank you very much. This is Michael Lyon. I'm a member of Senior Disability Action. I live in the East Bay. My wife has a terminal lung condition, so that for her to get COVID would be a death sentence. And on the other hand, I do a lot of my work in San Francisco, and so I don't want to have to drive. So I do want to be able to take Bart. Nationally, just in 1 week, cases went up 35%, and hospitalizations went up 9% just within a week. So COVID is not over, and those forces that would like to say it is over and we should get rid of masks really are, they're talking about keeping profits up, get back to work, get out in the malls and do your shopping. Bart should not submit to those kinds of pressures. If Bart were to succumb to those kinds of pressures and say, oh, the 11% that is not that need mask protection don't really count, who would they be saying and endangering? All women who are pregnant, all kids who are under 5, all frontline workers, the majority of whom are Black and Latin. There's tremendous consequences of this. You need to pass the mask mandate. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Stephen, please go ahead.
Hi, thank you. Earlier this week, Dr. Anthony Fauci, White House Chief Medical Advisor, stated that the U.S. had entered a control phase of the pandemic and was moving into endemicity. Across the nation, nearly all jurisdictions have appropriately removed public health mandates, including public masking requirements. Here in the Bay Area, for all counties, vaccination rates are well above 80%, and local county jurisdictions have also removed public mask requirements. More importantly, while there has been a slight uptick in COVID cases nationally over the last few weeks, the key measure, hospitalization rates, have remained virtually flat. A common argument for reinstating the mask mandate has been the fact that children under 5 are not vaccinated. Throughout the pandemic, children under 5 is shown to be the least vulnerable when it comes to the effects of COVID. Several impacts from COVID have been negligible for this age group. Arguments about protection of children are emotionally and not fact-based. Those who state children under 5 are the most vulnerable are either willfully or naively misrepresenting statistics and facts. Individuals are free to make choices for themselves and mask if they so choose. But I encourage the board members to reject a measure that is largely theater and will not have a significant impact. Cloth mask requirements have not been proven to reduce COVID rates in studies. Please allow riders to make their own decisions with regards to masking. Having said that, I did hear a couple of callers earlier suggest a compromise that would involve BART cars that, you know, half the train is masked and half the train is not masked. I'd be fully supportive of a compromise such as this. And I'd also encourage the board to encourage an option like this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Edith, please go ahead.
Hi, thank you. My name is Edith Castrana, and I'm an organizer with Senior and Disability Action. I'm calling in support of the mask mandate here today, and want to echo so much of what everybody has already said, and that this is essential for people who are deeply vulnerable to this pandemic. Also noting that this is not over. We know that this variant is highly transmissible, more transmissible than it was at the beginning of this pandemic. We know that more people are being infected currently, and that infection rates are on the rise. I support individual choice, but unfortunately during this pandemic, wearing a mask doesn't just impact you, it impacts everyone around you. We know that N95s are one of the only ways to protect people from this going on infection. And we also know that throughout this pandemic, there has been so much language that is deeply ableist and ageist that has disregarded the lives and safety of people with disabilities and older people. And as someone who has both of those communities deeply in my heart and in my family, the idea that our loved ones are disposable and that our loved ones shouldn't matter because people want to make individual choices is not only deeply hurtful, but also doesn't make sense when it comes to us as a society and our values. And so, yeah, it is emotional, but emotions are not devoid of logic, are not devoid of importance. And I don't think that, tossing all of this under the bus for saying that people care about other people and other people's lives, I think that that's not what we should stand for. So please reinforce the mask mandate. Know that this is science backed. Know that this is also impacting real humans on the ground as well. So thank you so much. I yield the rest.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Marisol, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Marisol Ferrante, and I have a disability, but I also work for Independent Living Resource Center San Francisco. And I'm calling mainly on behalf of my clients who have disabilities and who are seniors, many of whom said that they will no longer be able to take BART if the mask mandate is lifted because they are too afraid of getting sick. So if the mask mandate is lifted, I agree with several people before who have stated about having a compromise with some cars for masks and some cars without. But I would hope that the mask mandate would continue. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Caller whose number ends in 7396, please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Curtis Wu, SF resident who doesn't own a car, relies on public transportation as the only way to get around. I'm also a person who has recently developed a chronic illness, and it's given me a great new perspective about how shitty our systems are for disabled and chronically ill folks. I'll be the first to say it's hard to see these inequities when you are able-bodied. I'm calling to support keeping the mask requirement because not everything has to go or should go back to pre-COVID. You know, I thought when crises happens, we usually use these moments to adjust and change for the future. Like when 9/11 happened, we all collectively agreed we need higher security, taking off our shoes, no shampoo. And while you can maybe argue if those precautions are valid, but why are we so easy to make those changes for something that happened 20 years ago, but not masks, which has literally killed almost 1 million people so far? Even when COVID is still spreading, this is not over. I personally know like a dozen people that have COVID, and it kind of feels like we're in a wave right now, but everyone's just like, nah, how it is. I would say if we can't do this, just putting something across your face, it really doesn't give me hope that we as a society can tackle any of our major issues, climate change, systemic racism, because it does require some sacrifice. So just a side note, it kind of makes me depressed if we can't do this. Like thinking individuals who want to mask will keep us safe is like thinking individuals who will recycle will help solve climate change. I also really, really like what a previous caller said, that although this does obviously greatly impact immunocompromised, disabled seniors, this helps everyone. Flu cases have gone down an insane amount because we started masking and social distancing. So I really appreciate that. And this really benefits everyone. Please support the mask mandate because it's the right thing to do and it will keep everyone healthier and safer. And last thing I'll say is when you do enforce it, please do it with a compassionate approach, no fines, no fees, provide free masks on BART. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mara, please go ahead.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Hi, my name is Mara Schechter. I'm a resident of Oakland. I ride BART. I already mask everywhere I go indoors. So of course I would keep doing that no matter what. But as folks have said, the risk of transmission of COVID is significantly lower if other people are also masking. So I of course support the proposal to reinstate mask protections on BART. And I appreciate folks talking about how this is about everyone's safety. Actually, I think the majority of people are like me at high risk for complications related to COVID. When you look at the CDC's list of people who are considered to be high risk, it includes folks who are overweight, pregnant people, people with diabetes, a bunch of other underlying conditions that I think most of us have. Things that I have like ADHD and anxiety even. So I just want us to think about it's so many more of us than we'd even think. And again, it's high risk, not just for complications during the acute stage of COVID, but for all the long lasting effects, which vaccines and boosters do reduce, but they don't eliminate the risks. So folks who are fully vaccinated and boosted still have about a 10% chance of getting really debilitating long COVID symptoms. And there have been a bunch of studies that show that anyone getting COVID, even if it's a so-called mild case at the acute stage, can have increased risk for heart problems, for blood clots, including clots in the lungs, for strokes, for other cognitive decline. So, again, we can't just have a vaccine-only focus. As well, we know the science. We know that when there are fewer mask protections, more people get COVID, which means more variants develop, which make vaccines less effective. So the simple strategy, as folks have said, simple, easy strategy of just asking folks to continue wearing masks is the safest bet. So thank you so much for introducing this proposal. Just wanted to voice my support.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hammy, please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Hammy. I am an 11-year-old living in District 11. I ride BART almost every day, and without the mask mandate, it's not safe for me or anyone really to ride BART. Please bring back the mask mandate. As you can see, if you look at the case counts, whenever there is a mask mandate, the cases go down. So please do bring back the mask mandate. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hammy. Next speaker.
David, please go ahead.
Hey there. First off, masks don't work, period. They've never worked. They didn't work last year. They didn't work just recently in February when we had a mask mandate. And Omicron was just as high here as it was anywhere else in the country that didn't have a mask mandate, including Florida. They simply don't work. So, you can talk about compassion and everything like that. It's not compassionate to mandate a measure that simply doesn't work. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, there are immunocompromised people, repeatedly, discussing their, problems, lack of whatever, competent immune system. They're at risk for any kind of disease. It's not just COVID. So if it's not relevant to have a mask mandate just on BART for immunocompromised people. People have, if they have an immunocompromised situation, They're at risk anywhere and everywhere from any disease, from pneumonia to fungal infections. It doesn't matter. So, this is just fundamentally mandating a measure that doesn't work. It's useless, and there's no reason to do so. So anyway, there's no history that shows it works, and there's no reason to continue it. Thanks.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else who wants to speak. If there's anybody from the public who still wishes to speak on the mask requirement, please raise your hand now. And if not, I will close public comment. It doesn't look like there's anybody else. Before I go to directors, I did just want to address two things that were brought up during public comment. One is the suggestion that we could have, the first 5 or 3 cars be mask required and then the rest of them not. This was actually something that was discussed in detail, I think 9 years ago when we changed the rules on bikes on Bart. They used to only be allowed during certain times. It's kind of wild to remember that. It wasn't that long ago. But the suggestion was, what if we allowed them on half the cars and on half the cars we wouldn't? We couldn't do that because how Bart operates is at the end of the line, the train doesn't physically turn around. The operator goes from one end to the other and the front becomes the back and the back becomes the front. So it's nearly impossible to message. And then in the middle of the day, train cars are split in half. So just want to get confirmation from staff that that is still a limitation and operationally it would be infeasible.
President Saltzman, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. And then I did want to address, and I believe other directors will as well, Jesse Hunt, and I appreciate you coming and expressing the concern of your members and frontline workers. There is no intention to have station agents enforce this. And so I'm committing to you, you have my full support in that, and we've discussed that with the general manager. We will continue those discussions. I think what station agents would be responsible is what they have been to, already, which is they have masks, and if people want them, they can come get them from them. But there is not an expectation that the station agents or train operators would need to enforce this. So I just wanted to address those two things. I will go to directors, but I do see one more public comment. So I will go to that one and then we'll go to Director Foley.
Scott, please go ahead.
Good morning. Thanks for the opportunity to speak with you all. My name is Scott Blanks. I am a blind BART rider, and I'm the Vice President of Programs at the Lighthouse for the Blind in San Francisco. As somebody who lives with people and loves people who are immune compromised and who understands the science and the data, the hard, true data, I am fully in support of bringing back this mask mandate. I appreciate that you all are taking a stand, and hopefully we'll get further than some of your transit compatriots in the previous couple of days. This is easy. This is easy for everyone, even for those who might not like wearing masks. That is far easier than letting people die, letting people get sick, and letting it happen over and over again. We are better than that, and we can be better than that. Thanks.
Thank you. And we'll go to, there's one more public comment and then we will close public comments.
Peter, please go ahead.
Yes, good morning. This is Peter Strauss. I'm on the board of San Francisco Transit Riders, but I'm speaking today strictly as an individual. I'm speaking on behalf of myself and my family pod, which consists of me, my wife, and my 2 adult daughters. All of whom, for medical reasons and other reasons, are particularly susceptible to the impacts of the virus. I strongly support restoring the mandate on BART. I'd like to give 2 quick examples. We have tickets for Berkeley Rep this weekend, and we're very pleased that Berkeley Rep still enforces strict mask mandates within the theaters. However, there's a problem in that we, of course, would be using BART to get to and from San Francisco to Berkeley, and we're very concerned about the BART no longer having that mandate. A comparison is often made to restaurants. I continue to enjoy all of the restaurants around us here in San Francisco, but we do it by getting takeout. That is not an option with public transit. I note that the virus is still very much with us. We're actually in the midst of another surge or swell or whatever you want to call it. So we're very concerned about that. And I urge Bart on behalf of everyone who's remains vulnerable to restore this mandate. Thank you.
Thank you. So now I'll go to directors. I have in the queue Director Foley, Lee, Rayburn, and then Dufty.
Thank you, Madam President. I get it. We're in the third year of living with COVID, and I'm suffering from masking fatigue too. I'm tired of COVID. I'm tired of boosters. I'm tired of masking. But a judge's ruling regarding a procedural matter doesn't make COVID go away. For me, it's a simple question. Do masks make BART safer for our riders, our employees, and the public? Now, we can spend the rest of this meeting, the rest of the week, searching the internet for expert opinions and debating each of our right answers. And I'm not going to waste your time playing dueling experts. At the end of the day, it comes down to 5 votes and that simple question. I believe masks make BART safer. But that's only part of the issue. How do you enforce the mandate? For the last 2 years, our employees have done a phenomenal job dealing with COVID and the related protocols. As we move forward, I don't want our station agents, our train operators, our system service workers being asked to enforce this rule. The BART Police Department should be given the latitude to enforce this code of conduct using education, free masks, and if necessary, citations and ejections. What I will not support is blowback on the good women and men of the BART police force being blamed if things escalate. They are professionals. Let them do their job and enforce our rule, not theirs. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Lee?
I'm fully aligned with Director Foley's comments, so thank you. I know all my board colleagues will be echoing our thanks to all those who have been engaged with us on this question of mask mandates. I know when people reach out to us and write emails, take time out of their day to comment on our board meetings, it means we're taking action on something people really care about. I want to particularly thank people with disabilities and seniors who called in today to share their personal stories, because I know you have to constantly explain time and time again to others, especially those who are able-bodied, what you face on an every minute basis. That is not easy to do. I want to thank you for sharing. I also want to acknowledge that there were some very ableist comments, and I know that to have to listen to those must be incredibly difficult. I strongly support this action today and ask my fellow colleagues to vote yes on this. It is a smart, reasonable, and a good measure. I want to reiterate a few things about what President Saltzman, Director Dufty, and I have put forward. First, this measure is temporary. This requirement is extending the mask mandate until July 18th, and we will have 5 scheduled board meetings between now and then, which gives plenty of time for us to closely watch data to look at how compliance is going. I think the doomsday scenarios that some people are describing are unrealistic and impossibly extreme. Second, this change is only within the paid areas. Third, there are exemptions for those who are unable to wear masks due to disabilities or medical conditions, or if they are under 2. Fourth, the proposal here is to change the customer code of conduct. I'm actually going to read the very first line in our code of conduct, our customer code of conduct, which states, "It is the policy of the San Francisco Bay Area Rapid Transit District to help ensure the safety, security, comfort, and convenience of all those who use its services." End quote. What is being proposed today is telling our riders that to have a safe, reliable system, you must wear a mask. This is to say that one rider's behavior and actions do not exist in a silo. It literally exists within a singular BART car and within a BART system that is shared with all riders. So if the many people who spoke today sharing their experience with disability or as an immunocompromised person are not your experiences, consider yourself lucky. That is the definition of privilege. At the end of the day, if the science bears out that Bart, we were wrong and mask mandates on public transit show no database evidence of affecting COVID transmission rates, it means the worst case scenario is that we continue a very simple masking requirement for a couple more months. We know that mask mandates have not affected our ridership, as our ridership continued to steadily rise even during the time that masks have been required. However, the best case scenario is that Bart leads the way. We're on the right side of science, and we ensure that all bodies and all peoples can safely ride our system. And I think that is a great scenario, and that's what we should move towards. Lastly, is sort of in line with what President Salzman has stated, I want to thank Jesse Hunt, the president of our ATU chapter, which represents our incredible station agents and transit operators who have been showing up day after day to run the system. I very much take to heart the concerns he and other labor partners have raised. I know all the board directors supporting this mandate are 100% committed to working with BART management to give support to our employees and ensure we are closely watching what the implementation of this mandate looks like. I do not want our frontline employees to be put into positions of enforcing this mandate, and I expect the implementation will remain what it was previously, that our station agents, ambassadors, and frontline staff will have masks on hand, and that our great marketing and communications department will continue the education through signage and other methods. This is the right thing to do, and I deeply thank my members for their yes vote today.
Thank you. Director Rayburn.
Thank you, President Salzman. Like many people across the country, I was very disturbed when the judge ruling set aside a scientific argument for a mandate that would have continued into next week. The state, the CDC, and local health departments must retain the authority to implement emergency measures. Throughout the pandemic, I've participated with Alameda County Health Department on a monthly meeting where I've heard from the leaders, including Dr. Nicholas Moss. Recently, Nicholas Moss spoke before the county supervisors, and he noted nothing to suggest a large-scale wave where we would deploy masking. He strongly recommends masks. It's on their website. It's on the website of the CDC. It's on the website of the state health department. And Bart has experienced over 96% mask compliance. And last month, we were in the 97, 98% category. And my experience on board trains and talking with a lot of other passengers is that there's still a lot of people wearing masks. Particularly, it seems, during the commute periods, the regular riders, it seems to drop off a little bit during weekends and after events. But the fact is, today, most passengers are masked. Enforcement without a health department mandate is problematic. Wearing a mask remains strongly recommended, and I will continue to double mask when I'm on transit. Finally, we must be proactive, and I would like to suggest an alternate proposal that we encourage mask wearing with our car cards, with our outreach, and continue that culture of transit users that are concerned about looking out for each other. And I would also suggest that we continue to survey the mask compliance that we've reliably put up on our website throughout the pandemic and working with health officials. Health officials have to retain their authority. Last night, AC Transit voted not to require a mask mandate. I'm sorry, I cannot vote for a mask mandate, and I propose a separate initiative. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Dufty.
Thank you, Madam President. How did we get here? We got here because Donald Trump appointed a federal judge who was rated not qualified by the Judicial Review Council, a judge who clearly, if not even qualified to be a judge, is certainly not qualified to set national health policy in terms of preventing the spread of COVID. I also want to point out to one of the speakers that the LA Metro system did in fact drop their mask mandate, and it was reinstated by the LA County Health Department. And so I do feel like we are taking a strong stand here at BART. We're following no one. And I want to thank President Saltzman and many of my colleagues who expressed to our general manager deep concern about what the implications were of removing the mask mandate on our system, on our ridership, and on the health of our riders. I want to join all of the directors who have spoken so far in commending and thanking our labor partners. The support and involvement of our labor partners, and I certainly want to call out John Orantes, Jesse Hunt, Sal Cruz, Keith Garcia and all of our labor partners have worked closely with management to help us navigate a very difficult 2-year period for this agency. And we continue to struggle to come back and to bring back ridership. And I think for all of us that support this measure on the board of directors, we see a direct link between emphasizing the health and safety of our riders and welcoming people back to our system. And I know that our outstanding communications team is going to continue to market and engage and educate. And I think that restoration of this mandate is going to help us bring back our ridership. I do want to say that on all of my expressions, whether talking to media or posting on social media, I have been very clear that our frontline service personnel should not be put in an enforcement position. It's not necessary. We have been doing very, very well with the system that we have been operating now, and having masks at the ready with our BART Police Department officers, as well as our station agents, has been doing just fine. And I have real confidence that our agency has developed a culture among our riders, which is not an easy thing to do, that favors mask wearing. And I think that that is going to continue to be a hallmark of our COVID environment. I really want to thank the Senior and Disabilities Action Committee and bringing out so many important voices that are often not heard in public policy debates. And I think it's very empowering for us to have people speak to us very personally about how BART affects their lives and how removal of this mandate will prevent them from going to school, taking their kids to where they need to go, going to work, going to medical appointments, seeing friends. And so I think that we are really standing up for our, for all of our riders. And I really just want to associate myself with the remarks that have been made by fellow directors and say that, I think that this is a very good day for our agency, and I'm very proud that we will be taking this stand. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Ames.
Thank you. I do support the mandate. I think this is really confusing what's happened in the nation. It just reinforces the need to wear a mask, again, to follow CDC guidelines here. I'm going to read here from their website. All passengers on public conveyances, airplanes, ships, ferries, trains, subways, buses, taxis, ride shares, traveling into, within, or out of the United States, as well as conveyance operators, crew, drivers, conductors, and other workers involved in the operation of conveyances, regardless of their vaccination status, are required to wear a mask over their nose and mouth. And so again, this is the CDC asking us to follow those guidelines. So I don't think this is difficult. We may be considered a leader here, but the CDC also is a valid agency that's leading the country. So also, I'm worried about this confusing message of taking the mask off and then we got to put it back on because we know, well, we can foresee there's going to be another variant, possibly in the fall. That's when flu season arises. So I'm in support of the mandate, and I don't want to see blowback, as Director Foley had talked about, the blowback on the police officers if they have to cite somebody not wearing a mask. I'm actually concerned about that because we've got these conflicting messages in the country, and I don't want to see an argument. And I just think we should just give them a mask and not even do the citation. I mean, just don't even get into a big conflict, because right now it's the country's in conflict over this and we don't need more. But we do want to show leadership in asking people to wear a mask and give a mask if they don't have one. So it's pretty simple. I support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Allen?
Thank you. Wow, difficult topic. I want to thank Director Rayburn for your comments, and I'm going to actually support an alternative proposal of strongly encouraging masking, but I do stop short of mandating every person must wear a mask. And part of that has to do with the different types of masks, the complexity of studies that have been done on what is effective, what's not effective. And I don't think we can adequately really enforce that, that part of it. Myself, I would continue to wear a mask when I'm on BART, even without this proposal, but I would choose a mask that, you know, an N95 or KN95 that is known to be very effective, as opposed to one of the many that now are being proven to not be. I think, as was said, most riders are still choosing to mask. And as I said, I would do that as well. Like our labor partners and some of the callers, I have serious concerns about this initiative. We heard from Mr. Hunt from ATU, and I'm wondering, you know, we didn't hear from the rest of them. I did hear, you know, from behind the scenes from the BART POA president on this matter, but would have liked to have heard from all of them today. I do have a question for staff. Were you planning to do, I guess since we're in board discussion, you're not planning to do any kind of presentation on the actual science and benefits of masking in transit? Is that correct?
That is correct, Director Allen. It's an item on board matters, and we're just listening to your discussion.
Okay. So given that, I would like to actually ask Chief Alvarez, our BART police chief, some questions, if that's okay. You're available?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay.
Yes, Director.
So I'm wondering, what is the enforcement authority for BART PD for non-compliance, given that both the federal and California public health officials have now removed mask mandates, you know, their orders on mask mandates?
So, Director Allen, Chief Alvarez, the Public Utilities Code is what gives us the enforcement of the BART Code of Conduct. And then we also have a California Civil Code, which will also give us the opportunity to have, if we have to eject somebody from the system. So those are the two codes that we have to use under the Code of Conduct.
Okay, and that's just that ejection would be under a violation of the Code of Conduct, which we're amending today.
Correct.
Okay, and so is that like a citation, or is our only recourse to eject them from the system?
Yeah, so last alternative would be to get an infraction citation, which could be up to $75, and then a subsequent violation of the same offense can go up to $250.
Okay. And have we been doing that? Have we actually been citing people for the last 2 years for masking?
Very, very rarely. Believe we issued 7 citations over the last 2+ years of the pandemic.
Okay. So mostly we're just, you know, when BART police is brought to that situation of a person unmasked and refusing to mask, then we are just, a police officer would ask or force them to leave the train.
That's correct. We'll ask for voluntary compliance. But, our biggest piece to this thing, and it's been very successful for us, has been the education piece. And our officers and anybody wearing a Bart police uniform always carries the free mask for giveaways. And that's where we pretty much have gotten most of our compliance. And again, it's a small number of citations over the last 2+ years has been to people who've just refused to wear the free mask or to exit the station.
And the masks that we give out, since we're there, what kind of masks are our officers handing out?
Just some cloth. It's a cloth mask.
Okay, so I mean, there are clearly studies that cloth masks are really virtually little to no impact on the spread of COVID. And that's why I was asking whether there was presentation involved here.
Sorry, can I ask a follow-up on that? I've actually seen station agents have surgical masks, so we aren't using those anymore, the surgical masks?
President Salzman, yes, the station agents actually have the surgical mask. The police department initially was using masks that were donated, and then they've kind of stayed with the cloth mask. But you are correct, the station agents have the surgical mask.
So I guess I'd like to, not right now, but I'd like to discuss that and see if there's a way we could have the officers have surgical masks, which don't provide as much protection as an N95, but provide a lot more protection than a cloth mask. And thank you, Director Allen, for raising that.
Yeah, so that would have been my request, given that this amendment will probably pass, is that at least the surgical masks in recent studies have shown to be about 13% more effective than a cloth mask, which is shown to be virtually ineffective. So that is better than what we're doing now. And I just getting back to the consequences of a violation, Chief Alvarez. So do you have data? You gave me data on how many citations were issued. How many people have actually been ejected from trains without citation in the last 2 years? Do you have data?
I don't have that number, but I can get that to you. I don't have it with me today.
Okay. And do you agree that anytime an officer has to eject someone for a train for any violation of the code of conduct, that we are putting our officers at risk of a use of force?
Yeah, I mean, the potential of use of force is there on any contact, whether it be a code of conduct or penal code violation. So yes.
Okay, because I know that's something we've worked very hard to reduce, is the use of force. And so what I see is that we're now going to kind of, potentially have more of those if we are enforcing this. So this does have a criminal. So you said that lack of enforcement, to enforce anything in this code of conduct would fall under the PUC code, correct?
Correct.
And so I noticed in reading the current code of conduct that the most recent amendment that we made for sexual harassment, that it has after it, in parentheses, the words non-criminal. Would this mask mandate sort of be along those same lines? So there really isn't a code, a law, or anything that says that we have to wear masks in transit, and we're simply just adding it to the code of conduct, and therefore it's really not a criminal item?
Correct. It'll be a civil violation at the level of an infraction.
Okay, so at a minimum, I would think that our addition, our amendment to the code of conduct would be similar and consistent and contain the words non-criminal. But I'm going to go on. I think if the goal is to keep people safe, which I really believe in, then we should be actually requiring the kind of mask that keeps people safe. We know now from data and science that just putting something across your face doesn't protect you or even the people around you. What matters to broad protection now seems to be, at least the information we have now, is the type of mask that we use. So from my perspective, I simply don't have enough, data and information here for me to cast a vote saying that masking is going to keep everyone safe. And I think maybe we're even sending the wrong message if we do this. So I'm very much in favor of a program where we continue to strongly encourage everyone to be masked, but I'm not in favor of using police force to remove people who choose not to do that. I think we have far greater issues in the system to use our limited police resources. And by the way, while I have you, Chief, how many vacant positions do we now have in police officer positions?
As of today, we have 25.
So 25 vacant positions. So I think, my position here is that I'm going to abstain on this vote because I just don't think that we have been presented with the proper information for me at least, to cast a yes vote on mandating the masking.
You, Director McPartland.
Thank you. And I appreciate the comments that we've received from everybody. I'm going to have to start with, first of all, make it clear, I am in favor of the motion and the original motion, not the amendment. And but my first thanks has to go to Hammy, an 11-year-old who is so engaged in this process that she not only cares passionately about it, she's willing to go ahead and weigh in on it publicly. Kudos go to that young lady. And I just can't get over that. Amazing. And I'm grateful. I want to give thanks to labor staff, the directors, and especially the public, not only the public that have weighed in today and I hope my count is accurate, at a ratio of 24-4, but also in the ridership and the volunteer compliance that they have had with the 96% or plus compliance associated with the mask mandate that we have. My perspective on supporting this measure goes somewhat in a different direction, and as far as the medical is concerned, medical perspective is concerned, and I volunteer as an injector in some of the clinics in Alameda County. But to go in that direction is just going to end up adding on to what everybody else as directors as well as the public have weighed in today. And so I won't belabor that. I am in favor of the motion, the original motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Simon. Director Simon, you're still muted.
Thank you. I was on Bart today, and it was a crowded train coming from the Richmond line back to Oakland. It did feel good to see folks with their masks on. I don't think that there was one person on my pretty crowded train without one. I'm very supportive of the motion, and I would like for us to follow our friends in Los Angeles and in New York who have taken the brave step acknowledging that deeply transit dependent communities have called on public transit agencies to require a temporary continuance of the mandates. And I appreciate the focus on temporary. Folks are still using our system who absolutely have no other choice but to use our system. There are, as many of you all know, we have some of the best care facilities in the United States for folks who are immune compromised, folks who are getting transplantation services, folks who are also working in conjunction with our paratransit services, disabled and elderly folks. The science, we can debate it all day. I'm not a scientist, but the letters that I've received and the phone calls I received from organizations throughout the region make it pretty clear where my vote is going to be today, particularly the brother who called in from the Lighthouse for the Blind, which is right across the street from the Civic Center station. And those folks deeply rely on our system for just basic mobility and safety. And so for organizations like the Lighthouse, and I was an Enchanted Hill camper for years, by the way, to organize their members and their staff and their clients to ask us to do something very, very simple, I want to applaud that. And again, as a daily Bart writer, understanding that this is a temporary ask in the midst of a pandemic. The majority of folks in the Bay Area are vaccinated, but amongst Bart staff and our writers, many of us know folks who are boosted and vaccinated who have still caught the virus. I won't say what has already been said, but thank you, President Salzman and Vice President Lee and Director Dufty for bringing this item in front of us. And deeply, I'm so touched and thankful for the disabled community who called in today, who's written letters, who's called us all individually, who've had nighttime meetings and phone calls, really, really urging the transit community to listen to them. So my vote is definitely yes. Thank you for bringing this forward.
Thank you. There actually hasn't been a motion yet, so I'll make it. I'll move to amend the customer code of conduct to require masks.
Second.
So we have a motion, a second. Before we go to the vote, I first want to join my colleagues in thanking all of the folks who came out today and shared their stories, and everybody who wrote into us. And I appreciated a lot of the comments from my colleagues. I do want to say, though, in the future, I'd encourage all of you to refrain from gendering folks who are calling in, because we don't always know what their gender is. It's why I don't use Miss and Mr. to call on people. I think that's kind of a standard of boards and commissions, but I don't do it because I don't know what gender people are. So I just encourage you, unless people indicate their gender with, she, her, he, him, they, them, just refrain from it. And, that's the simplest way to move forward and make sure we're respecting everybody from the public.
President Salzman, I want to thank you for that. And in my comment, I did gender someone that I don't know. And so I do really want to apologize if I've misgendered anyone. It's extremely disrespectful. And thank you for the very graceful reminder. So thank you.
And I understand it's a learning experience. And I think a lot of us are used to gendering people. So we'll just all try to do the best that we can. So let's go to the vote.
Director Dufty?
Yes.
Director Foley?
Aye.
Vice President Lee?
Yes.
Director McPartlin?
Yes.
Director Rayburn?
Abstain.
Director Simon?
Yes.
Director Allen?
Abstain.
Director Ames?
Yes.
President Salzman?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries with Directors Allen and Rayburn abstaining.
Thank you. So now we will move on in the agenda to item 6A, the General Manager's Report.
President Salzman, Deputy General Manager Jones, it doesn't impact your vote, but I just wanted to clarify for you as well as Director Allen. Apparently I was mistaken. The station agents are currently giving out cloth masks, but just in consultation with the GM, we will switch that immediately, and there'll be surgical masks at stations as well as with the officers. So just want to clarify that for the record.
Thank you so much.
Good morning, President Salzman, members of the BART board. A couple of updates from the general manager's report here. So continue to work very closely on SB 917 with Senator Becker. I met with the senator last week or this week. When was that? This week? Last week. And so we're working through some amendments there, but this board took a support if amended position on SB 917. So we're working with the senator and Nicole on some of the final amendments there. So, and Amanda testified in support with, the BART board's position there. So that's going well. So digital advertising screens at Embarcadero. I know several of you come through Embarcadero Station, have been to Embarcadero Station, but roll your eyes over the 46 digital advertising screens that are Embarcadero Station. Now they're new. They help to brighten and modernize the station there. So the next time you're through there, take a look at those. That's part of our our advertising franchise and partnering with Outfront Media. It's a great partnership with Outfront Media. And next week, we're going to be doing some work on the concourse level digital screens at Montgomery Station. So we're systematically working through the system on there. So that's a good thing. The Cypress Mandela and Oakland Unified School District, there was a trade fair for students, and we were in full attendance there. It was last Thursday, and it was to introduce students to construction-related careers. And, you know, there's a lot of things very important to the transit industry, but this is right there with at the top of the list. And everybody on this call and at this board meeting knows our relationship with the Cypress Mandela, and it's a nonprofit organization, and it offers a 16-week free apprenticeship program to underrepresented communities in the Bay Area. We had BART managers there, we had superintendents there. I think there were, it was a great turnout, and I think there was about 300 students that graduated from the program there. And Director Rayburn, you are very intimate with the data set here, and I know you were there with Shane Edwards, and Alaric was there from our staff. So I just wanted to make sure the board is tracking on that. And it's a feeder program, whether it's to BART, AC, it doesn't matter. It's a good thing, and we're definitely plugged into that solution set that's out there. So the next update is on the TOD efforts in Berkeley, and President Salzman, you've been very instrumental and at the center of some of those discussions there. But BART staff and President Salzman attended a Berkeley City Council meeting last Tuesday, which was April 19th, to review the potential TOD zonings for North Berkeley. And it looks like City Council might take action in June. And we'll make sure that we brief this board on these items at a future board meeting. And I was on a call with President Salzman and a few other directors at the ILC meeting yesterday, and there was a great presentation by BART's staff on TOD opportunity and what we're doing on TOD there. So it was quite well received by AC Transit, and obviously our board members had been tracking on it pretty closely. So it was pretty well received. Ridership, Tuesday we were at about 146,000, which was great. And then yesterday we were at 152,000. And so, we're moving back up, and it's a nice positive slope heading up there, and we'll keep the BART board posted on that, but that's a great thing. And then later tonight, Alicia and I, Miss Trost, Alicia Trost, we're going to be attending Transit Twitter Besties group. And I'm going to meet with a group of young Bay Area transit enthusiasts and advocates who coined the term Transit Twitter Besties. And the group will be touring BART headquarters here. We're in the boardroom right now. So hopefully, Alicia, we're bringing them down into the new boardroom here and participating in listening sessions and working with our chief communications officer. They have a lot of interesting ideas about transit and ridership and growing ridership. So, we're in listening mode and going to be very excited to meet with them. So with that, I'm going to close my director's or general manager's comments and turn it back to you, President.
Thank you. We'll go to public comments and then directors if there are any questions or comments.
Joe, please go ahead.
Congratulations, Bart. You have just saved thousands upon thousands of lives. You did it. You really did it. You just stood in the face of death and you just said, screw you. People got a right to live. You're heroes, all of you. And to Director Allen, thank you for asking those tough questions about masks. It's like I told the disabled group, you're just doing your due diligence. You're just doing your job. And you did great. And Executive Director Powers, I'm sorry if it upsets you if I call you Transit Fabio, but I've always thought of you as a tough, handsome guy. And I gotta tell you, man, the fact you listened to a certain buddy of mine, the fact that you stepped up and ran a parallel effort with this board chair to get mask mandates showing how tough you are. This is a proud moment to be a fan of BART, to be a fan of a transit system that stands up for what's right and bends the arc of history towards justice. That's what you did with this mask mandate. And and you gave hope to guys like me in the Pacific Northwest who fought like hell just to get employees vax mandated, get them safe from this virus, get our lives back, get ridership back. I had just given up hope because the entire San Francisco Orca said, we're surrendering. And then we heard this angelic voice that some of you know from Oakland saying, no, you can fix your code of conduct and do this. Well, I want to give you back some of your time today because I know you got a lot of executive sessions, but it's all of you this fight. You gave everybody hope today that we can build back better, that we can stand up for public health. And I just wanted to take a moment before mowing my dad's lawn and just say, thank you so much for doing what is right in a moment of controversy and voting your conscience. So thank you, bravo Zulu, and hope you have a great day. Go Bart.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Alita, please go ahead.
Thank you again, President Rebecca Saltzman. Alita Dupree for the record, she and her. I always enjoy Bob's reports, and I'm going to speak on a few items in this report. I'm very encouraged about the work that we're doing with apprenticeships and introducing young at heart people to the trades. I wish I had known about that when I was younger. And as we see changes in transportation, there's going to have to be more construction. So we want to make sure that we help get the people into their careers so we don't run out of construction trade journey people when older folks retire. And this transit besties Twitter thing, I'm intrigued because how do we get people interested in transit? You know, I kind of came to the New York City subway by accident. It was my parents leaving a Long Island Railroad ticket and a subway token, or a couple of them for the weekend, saying, all right, babysitter's going to take you to the station, go into Penn Station, get on the subway, and go to your grandparents. The transit Twitter thing, I think, is a much better way to introduce people to transportation. And ridership, I'm encouraged. We got a long way to go, but I want more people on the train. I feel more safety in numbers on the train. I am one of those people on some of those days that I'm adding to people being on the train. I think we're going to get to 200,000. And I think someday we're going to get to 400,000, just like before, because people are going to realize it's better riding an all-electric BART train and letting somebody else drive you around than paying $6 a gallon for gasoline and all the other things that go with an automobile. Don't get me wrong, I like cars. I want to take a Tesla out on Interstate 15. That's another conversation for another time. So thank you for the report. And again, this report brings about the thoughts of BART being the people's system. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further public comment, are there director comments or questions about the general manager's report? I just wanted to comment that it's nice to see staff back in the boardroom, and thank you for being there today to test everything out before we get back. The sound is great, so I'm really excited about that. I think it'll make it very easy for people to engage with us virtually, and I hope it's going smoothly on your end as well. So if there are no other comments, we will move forward in the agenda to item 7, administration, and I will turn it over to Chair Simon.
So President Saltzman, council, on the 3 items that we have 2 items that are action items, and I have a bit of a proposal there in terms of your time suggestion at the beginning of the meeting, and then we have a budget update. I want to, what I'm proposing, President Saltzman, is not to clump the items together, but to have staff provide a summary presentation on both A and B, I understand there may be a couple of board members who have questions, but for board members, I would ask that that we do our best for A and B to move them. I would love to be able to move them within the next 15 to 20 minutes. That is a goal because I believe that the budget presentation is rather lengthy. And President Ames, there may be a moment where I do have to step away. I have to get on public transportation to go to class, but I will be still there. So I might need you to step in, and I will text you and let you know that. President Salzman, I wanted just some of your direction on A and B.
That sounds good, to try to get through them quick. And I would just say on the budget presentation, I don't think there's any new information there, so I hope we can keep our comments shorter. And I understand that the next presentation in May will be kind of the one with more new information.
That's great. And so as chair of the committee, I appreciate that. I'm okay with you nudging either I or Director Ames to move things along if we are not, because I understand that there's a lot to cover today in the meeting. So with that, let's just go ahead with a presentation for A and B. We'll take A, but again, it'll be summarized, and then I will take hands from board and of course, public comment. And then I'll ask for a motion and we'll move these. So it's 11:17 now. I'm hoping by 11:30, 11:40, we can be done with both of these items and go on to budget. Hopefully it'll be quicker than that. Chris, please begin the presentation.
Yes, thank you, Director Simon. Good morning, directors. Chris Gann, Interim Controller, Treasurer. Before you are two EDDs. Actually, I'm planning to combine the two, if that's okay.
Yes.
So before you are two EDDs requesting the board to adopt a resolution related to the issuance of general obligation bonds. The first EDD is seeking authorization to issue 700 million Measure RR general obligation bonds to continue to provide funding for Measure RR projects. Currently, the remaining balance of the project fund for Measure RR is projected to be exhausted by July of this year. The district has previously issued 3 tranches of Measure RR bonds for a total of 1.36 billion out of a total authorization of 3.5 billion. This will be the 4th tranche that will be issued under the Measure RR authorization. After this issuance, the district's remaining authorization under Measure RR will be 1.44 billion. The second EDD is requesting an authorization to issue up to 60 million in Measure AA general obligation bonds to refinance existing outstanding Measure AA bonds to achieve debt service savings if condition in the capital market is favorable. So we're only doing this if the condition in the capital market is favorable. That means we can save some money because of lower interest rate. But we do have a guideline here of 5%. Of the savings should be at least 5% of the principal amount of the refunded bonds. And that's in accordance with our district's debt policy. So for these two bond issuances, Moody's Investor Services and Fitch Ratings assigned a rating of AAA for both bonds. The underwriters who will be assisting the district related to these issuances will be headed by Stifel, who will act as senior manager. Barclays Capital and Siebert Williams Shank will be the co-senior managers, and Citigroup Global Markets and JP Morgan will be the co-managers. These firms were selected from the district's pool of underwriters, which the board has approved last year, after their proposals were evaluated by the selection committee. So the associated costs related to the issuance of these bonds is estimated not to exceed 1% of the principal amount of the bonds to be issued, and will be paid out of the bond proceeds. The proposed resolutions will provide authorization for the issuance of the 4th tranche of Measure RR bonds, Series D for 700 million, and for the issuance of Measure AA refunding bonds, Series H for up to 60 million. Both bonds will be issued as green bonds to broaden the potential investor base and possibly lower the borrowing cost. The resolution will also provide authorization for the controller treasurer to enter into a bond purchase agreement with underwriters, negotiate the structure, financing terms, and cost of issuance of the bonds. In addition, the resolution authorizes the preparation, execution, and delivery of all documents that are necessary in connection with the issuance. So staff is requesting the board to adopt the proposed resolutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Before we go to board comments, do we have any public comment, District Secretary?
I do not see any hands raised at this time.
Okay. I'll wait a couple seconds for board members to raise their hands if you'd like to have, if you have questions. So what I think we're going to do because thank you, Chris, for summarizing both. If board members can just identify what, if they're commenting or asking questions on A or B specifically, and the most pertinent questions or burning questions would be helpful. Thanks. So the first hand that I saw was Director Rayburn, and then we'll go to Director Ames. And I'm hoping that then after those two questions are answered, then someone would make a motion. Director Rayburn.
Thank you very much. And I want to thank Chris Gann for his hard work and all of our budget staff for garnering really solid Moody's ratings for our bonds and being able to go out to the issue these bonds in a very competitive market. Because they're green, they're going to float to the top. I also want to thank all of our staff and the contractors who have been really working hard to accelerate the delivery of major RR projects. I went down in the tube last month and saw the work, just incredible progress is going on every night when everyone's sleeping. There are hundreds of workers down there just making sure that the work's being done and it's not delaying our passengers. So we've blown through the first 700 million tranche, and as Chris said, we've actually expended 1.36 billion already in the first few tranches of Measure RR. It's also wise to refinance right now, and being able to lock in good rates, it makes a lot of financial sense. So being able to carry on this solid work is critical, and I wish to make a motion of support for both bond issuances. Thank you.
Do we have a second? Once we get a second, we'll go to you, Director Ames.
Second.
That second was issued by Director Ames. Director Ames, thank you.
That was me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's okay.
Second by President.
I was nodding my head, but
and so Director Ames, you're going to take us home here, okay? So
okay.
I'm relying on you to take us home succinctly.
Okay.
So.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to thank everybody or the staff for issuing these bonds and all of the work that went to this. But my concern was to try to get a handle on the projects and the project budgets that are tied to this bond issuance for the 700 million. This is the A item. And I wanted to hear from staff that they are going to provide this information before the budget's adopted. Not right now, of course. We don't have this information. We don't have the project list of what this bond issuance is going to cover, but I'd like to hear from staff that they're going to work on project budgets and projects and show what this bond issuance is going to cover.
Thank you. So either both or both Pam and Chris, the question as.
Yes, Director. I actually have Sylvia Lam who can answer that questions.
Director Ames, this is Pam Herhold, Assistant General Manager, Performance and Budget. As we spoke about the other day, we do have that project list. We're just going through and giving it the final QA/QC, and we will be releasing that and other information before the budget is adopted in June.
All right, thank you. I did hear that, briefing, but I wanted to just confirm. So That would be a huge effort in transparency, and I applaud this effort. It's a big one to show the budgets and the projects in our capital program, which is enormous, over $1 billion. So annually. So I'll go ahead and support this. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And if there's no further discussion, we are going to, as I said in the beginning, we're going to take both of these separately. And so District Secretary, if you can call the roll on both, and we can do that pretty quickly.
Is there a reason we need to vote separately? I think the motion was for both.
I didn't realize the motion was for both. I didn't take it that way. Okay. We can, if the motion was for both, then let's do both. Thank you, President Saltzman. All right, so District Secretary, can you call the roll on both?
Yes. Director Dufty.
Yes.
Director Foley.
Aye.
Vice President Lee.
Yes.
Director McPartlin.
Aye.
Director Rayburn.
Yay.
Director Simon.
Yes.
Director Allen.
Yes.
Director Ames.
Yes.
President Saltzman.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, team. So now we're going to item C, and budget and performance have a presentation for us. This is not an action item in front of the board. This is an informational item.
Thank you, Chair Simon. So today we have an overview of the fiscal year 23 and 24 preliminary budget, which we sent to the board in late March. And this budget, the full budget memo is also posted on Bart.gov. This presentation follows budget discussions at our February workshop and at the second meeting in March, where the board was extremely supportive of our efforts to deliver high quality service, improve the rider experience, and at the same time, focus on extending Bart's fiscal runway and maintaining our capital commitments. The May 12th board meeting will provide a more detailed discussion and also provide information on the rail service plans and our capital budget. Today's presentation really is just going to focus in on the preliminary budget that we released last month. I just want to note a couple of changes to our budget process. This is our first 2-year operating budget. And at the same time, you're going to notice an increased focus on longer-term financial planning. So with that, I'm going to turn the presentation over to Mike Eisman, our Director of Financial Planning, who will review the revenues, and then Chris Seamy, our Director of Budgets, to discuss expenses. Thank you.
Thanks, Pam. Good morning, board members. Mike Eisman here. This table gives a snapshot of the entire preliminary budget, and we'll walk through a few specifics on the slides that follow. Start off with an overview of sources before turning it over to Chris Seamy to discuss uses. All of today's information is consistent with the preliminary budget released on March 31st, and we have an update coming on May 12th. For sources, we'll start with operating revenue, which includes fares, parking, and other operating revenue, including advertising and telecom contracts. The operating revenue budget is based on our base case ridership recovery forecast, which we'll revisit in a moment. Based on that ridership outlook, we expect that fare revenue in the current fiscal year will land $30 to $35 million below budget. Overall, the operating revenue budget is then expected to increase 56% above our year-end estimate for fiscal 23 and a further 25% in fiscal 24. This graphic revisits ridership recovery forecasts. The orange line shows actual ridership by month through January as a percent of pre-COVID expectations. The light blue line you can see there shows our fiscal 22 budget base case. And then the dark blue shows our current revised base case ridership forecast. And then the gray area, of course, is the range between our current upside and downside ridership recovery scenarios. Note that the recovery since the start of this year has run just a couple of percentage points ahead of the base case projection. So to translate these percentages into ridership numbers, in the base case, we would hit roughly 150,000 average weekday riders by the end of this year, 215,000 by the end of fiscal 23, and roughly 245,000 by the end of fiscal 24. Turning now to financial assistance, our overall financial assistance budget increases 2% in fiscal 23 and a further 6% in fiscal 24. Our sales tax FY22 year-end estimate is about 35 million above our FY22 budget, which does coincidentally roughly balance the below budget projection for fair revenue. We do have slow sales tax growth projected for fiscal 23 and 24 due to economic uncertainty, including the inflation outlook, as well as uncertainty around the strength of consumer and durable goods spending. And note that that projection is about 2% more conservative than the consultant projections shared with the audit committee last week. We're budgeting modest growth in property tax revenues consistent with county estimates. Also of note here, the SFO extension financial assistance drops out of our budget in fiscal 23 because the reserve established to fund net operating shortfalls on the extension will be exhausted during this fiscal year. To wrap up sources, this graphic revisits a multi-year view of sources to illustrate our operating revenue picture and how it has changed. In the dark blue, you can see that operating financial assistance has been stable through the pandemic period at just about 400 million, while operating revenues in light blue remain just a fraction of pre-pandemic levels. Our fiscal 23 and 24 budgets include continued recovery in those sources, but remain far short of prior levels. And then in green on this graphic, we show the amount of federal assistance used to fill the gap between available sources and operating uses. As the chart shows, we expect to remain heavily reliant on federal assistance throughout this 2-year budget period.
Thanks, Mike. Christopher Simi, Budget Director here. I'll take you through the uses now before finishing up with a quick look at rail service and the calendar to budget adoption. We are starting with our labor costs, which are our largest spending category. Here you can see each of our labor-related expenses across the current year, FY22, as well as the preliminary budget numbers for FY23 and 24 and dollar and percent changes year over year as you look from left to right. The first line shows wages, which decreased by nearly $13 million in FY23, largely driven by an increase in the budgeted vacancy rate, which is intended to bring salary spending and salary spending budget and actuals closer. We've budgeted that rate to come down in FY24, which drives the increase in the second year. And just remember that an increase to the vacancy rate generates salary savings, while a decrease increases the wages budget as we assume more positions are filled at any given time. The line below that shows overtime, and you can see a $22.4 million increase in FY23 here, but that is entirely offset several rows beneath in capital overtime. As we've noted in previous meetings, Bart is now budgeting for capital overtime, which will help make our operating overtime numbers clearer. Our operating overtime budget is not increasing. Rather, we are, as with the vacancy rate, trying to better reflect our actuals. And just for context here, labor expenses funded by capital sources appear on our operating budget as gross expenses and are then reimbursed or offset by those negative capital wages, fringe, and overtime lines you see toward the bottom of the table. This slide shows another way of seeing our labor budget. So instead of dollars, you are seeing FTEs, which stands for full-time equivalent positions. The first row shows the FY22 current year adopted position levels, and the rows that follow show year-over-year changes resulting in that bottom line FY23 preliminary budget funded position number. A couple of quick notes here. The first is that most changes are to annualize mid-year position adds or to clean up where some filled positions have actually been charging. And second, this is the only table you'll see today without an FY24 column, as we are not at this time anticipating any position changes between FY23 and FY24. Moving on to non-labor costs. This slide covers our second major spending category. During budget formulation, we baseline non-labor to FY21 actual levels, then made adjustments from there, primarily to cover costs of increased service and for known cost escalations. Power is, of course, the single largest non-labor expense we have. It's about 5% of the district's overall operating budget, and it's tied directly to the level of service we plan to provide. There are also a number of lumpy costs in here as well. So you'll see rent goes down as we removed a couple months of Lakeside rent included in the FY22 budget, while other miscellaneous includes a bump in FY23 to cover November 2022 election costs, and that cost will then go away in FY24. The next slide here shows our final major category sort of bucket, which is debt service and allocations. As we know, debt service is pretty much set based on the debt we've taken out. And so I'll focus here on the rest of the allocations, which are primarily related to capital spending. So capital reinvestment, which covers a wide range of things, including items not eligible for outside funding, competitive for grants, and our local match to leverage federal funds. That does reduce between FY22 and 23, and that's due to one-time FY22 funding for eBart and some when we restored the FY21 capital allocations as part of the FY22 budget process. So those come out of the budget in 23. I'll also note here that the sustainability allocation, which is by board policy, 50% of LCFS revenues, is back in the budget after being suspended for the past 2 years. Finally, when you look to FY24, that's where the biggest single cost change is here, where you have priority capital increasing by $31 million. We've highlighted this before, and just to remind you all, it is due to cash flow timing, primarily for the new rail car project. So it's not a cost increase, rather a shift of when we think we will need to make payments. This is the last numbers slide, and it's just a rolled up summary of what you've seen over the course of this presentation, and it adds in the federal emergency funding that we will need to close our operating shortfall at the bottom there. So in FY23, we expect that to be about $328 million, while in FY24, we expect to use about $287 million in federal funding to cover the operating deficit. That will leave at this time, based on our current projections, about $219 million after FY24 of remaining federal assistance at the end of this budget period. The next slide here. So as we just close out this presentation, we wanted to briefly touch upon budgeted service levels. And I'll note that this is a new graphic you have not seen. It was not in the PBM, but what it shows is the service levels we are running now and that are funded in the upcoming budget. It's intended to provide a better sense of how frequent BART service is based on where you are in the system by showing frequencies on each line by day of the week. So next to each segment of the system there, you can see how many trains are scheduled to arrive per hour in each direction. So for example, if you're at El Cerrito at, let's say, noon on a Thursday, there are 8 scheduled trains per hour in each direction. In San Francisco, you can see that increases to 16 per hour. And it's important to keep in mind that this is the service we're running right now, as well as what is funded through the preliminary budget in FY23 and 24. It's a different and hopefully more helpful way of visualizing it. And as we've said before, we are planning a much more thorough and detailed discussion of service at the next meeting on May 12th. But this was really just intended to kind of introduce a new way of discussing service levels, mostly by using this trains per hour metric before we go into detail in 2 more weeks. And finally, this is just our timeline for budget adoption. So at the next board meeting, please expect from us a healthy discussion of sources and uses, our service planning, and the capital budget. This will be followed by a public hearing on May 26th, and then we've planned the budget adoption vote for June 9th. So thank you for your time. And as always, we are happy to take questions at this time.
Thank you so much. Wait a second. Do we have any public comment, District Secretary?
Yes, we do. We have a hand raised.
Thank you.
Alita, please go ahead.
Thank you again, Chair Latifah Simon. Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her are going to talk about budget. We're on the run up to budget process, of which I think is like my 5th or 6th one. Overall, I think we're doing okay. We're making this assistance last, and at least we can buy 2 more years of time out of this. And I am looking forward to greater service. I did see something missing from the service map of no mention of the service frequency for the Oakland Airport connector. So we have to keep that in mind because I use it. I want to know how often I'm going to be able to ride the Oakland Airport connector. And I see kind of something needing some clarification. We have an entry for power. We also have an entry for utilities. Now, power is a utility. So, I mean, maybe utilities, I don't know, maybe it means trash, water, gas, but it could mean electricity. So does our power mean our total electric, or does it simply just mean the electricity to run the trains? Regardless, we're using electricity, and I would hope that that would be founded on something more based on consumption patterns and understanding of our consumption, rather than simply looking at the monthly power bill and taking the number and adding those up and saying, okay, that's how much it costs to use power, because power is very expensive. And so there's this LC tops and LCFS stuff, which looks very helpful. Sounds like aircraft engine nomenclature. But really, the budget is the engine of what we're trying to do. I know it doesn't make any sounds. It doesn't sound like aircraft engines, but it's very, very important because we can't run without it. So this is good. I'm encouraged. I also find absent from this presentation, as I close, is about fares and reduced fares. I would hope that we will continue the 62.5% discount for reduced fares, and that we will not pass a fare increase. Thank you.
District Secretary, do we have any other public commenters?
I don't see any other hands raised.
Thank you. I see one question or comment from one member of the board, unless I'm mistaken. Director Rayburn.
Thank you, Chair Simon. And thank you, Pam and Dennis and Chris, for your informative report, and particularly for putting together an outstanding budget memo. And my comments will be related to the materials in that budget memo. It's a deep dive. In years past, when we've considered our budget, and when I talk about years past, I'm talking about pre-pandemic, less fiscally constrained years, we would consider initiatives. And in fact, we would select amongst different initiatives. This budget, we don't have initiatives to select from. However, I would like to suggest that rail service itself is the thing that is to be debated. And for us to give it its due consideration, I'm going to need some costs. For example, what would expanded service cost? Like 1 hour earlier opening, or an hour extension of the 5-line service in the evenings? Or what's the difference between the cost of providing 15-minute headways and 30-minute headways? I think if we're well armed with some of the costs, we can work together to come up with a service plan that I know I'm hearing and I've experienced crowding on the weekend trains, particularly on Sundays and in the evenings. So I think we need to have the information at hand, and please bring that back to us in May 12th when we're ready to consider. A couple of other items that I want to ask for is on page 14, there's mention of our commercial communications revenue program and our digital railway program. Well, these are the things that provide Wi-Fi and cellular service. There's a very much a passenger-facing component to these two elements, as well as support for the commercial economy in the areas near our stations served by our fiber optic network. It's been a while since we've had an update on these matters, and so I would like to hear something in the coming discussions that gives us and the public more information about where we're going. And finally, STAs, state transportation assistance program. It's a very murky area for many of us, and it's hard to figure out. And now there's even a hold harmless provision that, I need to understand, should we be involved in advocating at the state level on the extension of the hold harmless provision? And there could be good reason to do so. The current state transit assistance for fiscal year 22 is around $28 million. That drops to $22 million next year. And then we're projecting to go back up to $38 million. And I suspect that that's if we have the hold harmless provision in place. So those are major magnitude of order changes that does require our attention when we talk about $10 million shifts. So those are the things I would like to hear more about as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Rayburn, and I hope staff noted those to get back to Director Rayburn, either both in public and offline. I think our last comment from a board member before we move back to President Salzman will be Liz Ames. And again, I'm asking you to take us home, Director Ames. And I think
hope it's a home run.
We were perfect on timing. So let's keep us there.
Thank you for expediting all of this. Okay. So I just had a question about the staffing, and I'd hope we get an answer today, but maybe it's next time. But when I compared FY20 to FY23, we have right now 520 full-time equivalent employees. We have 520 less employees that we had in FY20, which was alarming to me because that's a lot. It's roughly 10% of our workforce. But then the price went up about $60 million for labor and benefits. So I'd like to get more of a explanation of why that is, because 520 employees less just a few years ago is significant. Maybe we over budgeted in FY20, but then the number still went up. The labor and benefits number went up by 60 million. So can somebody answer this question?
Staff, do you have the question clear, and can you answer? And we have Director Allen, and if there's no one after Director Allen, I'm going to close discussion on this item.
Thank you, Chair Simon. Yes, Director Ames and I discussed this, I think, a couple days ago this week. So our operating headcount has been held fairly constant between fiscal year 20 and fiscal year 23, despite opening the SVBX extension. And our labor cost did go up. There was, I think, one wage increase within that time period. And also the cost of benefits increased as well. On the capital side, we did reduce our headcount from approximately 1,575 heads in FY20 down to 1,042 in the preliminary budget for 23. At the same time, our capital reimbursement line item went down as well. We were at 256 million in FY23. So 1,500 heads would have resulted in a $256 million capital reimbursement from the projects. It went down to 237 million in FY23. Now, it didn't go down as much as you might expect after removing nearly 500 heads from the headcount, but that was because we also moved some overtime into the capital program. We always incurred capital overtime, but now under Chris Semi's guidance, we've been budgeting for it and accounting for it correctly in the capital program. We'll send to the board a table of numbers that will walk you through this a little bit more clearly. I'll do that today or tomorrow.
Okay, it's a little still confusing to me, but I hope the question's clear. We have over 500 employees less than we had in FY20, and our labor and benefits went up, by almost 10%. So that's something I hope we can get more clarity on. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Ames. Director Allen?
So I want to thank Directors Ames and Rayburn for their questions. Those are good questions. More detail is always better. The one comment I wanted to make here, and I've made this to staff behind the scenes, and I'm assured, and hopefully you'll assure me again now that we will on May 12th see what I'm looking for, which is a column in all of this that shows us what our projected actual for fiscal year 22 will be. The reason that's important is because there's a lot of variance between the line items. Now, the bottom line budget number total, there's not a lot of variance. Actually, I don't think there's any variance. Sorry for the dog. I think that having that actual projected actual is going to give us a better assessment of what really happened in fiscal year 22 instead of just relying on a budget that was done a year ago and is not totally accurate between line items. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Allen. If there are no more comments from the board and we've completed public comment, I'll hand it back to you, President Salzman. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll now move to engineering and operations, and I'll turn it over to Chair Duffy.
Thank you. We have one item on the agenda, and I'll start with Sylvia. Sylvia Lamb will introduce the item.
Thank you, Director. Sylvia Lamb, Acting Chief for Maintenance and Engineering. I will turn it over to Mitra Moheb to introduce this item.
Good morning, Mitra Moheb, Senior Manager for Project Delivery, presenting this item as a part of the Clipper 2 upgrade program. Staff is seeking authorization for the General Manager to enter into a NASPO Value Point contract with Cisco Systems of San Jose, California, to purchase a new network switch equipment in the amount of not to exceed $6.5 million. The new network switches will enable improved reliability and communications between the Metropolitan Transportation Commission's MTC cloud with Bart's fare gates, ticket vending machines, and add fare machines at every station in support of the new Clipper 2 account-based system. The new procured equipment will be installed by Bart forces. Staff recommends the board approve the motion before you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Madam District Secretary, are there any public comment requests?
I do not see any hands raised at this time.
Great. So any questions from directors? Seeing none, could I request a motion? Move to approve.
One question.
Director Rayburn, sorry.
Thank you very much, Director Duffy. Is there consideration for possible non-Clipper contactless payment systems that this system would be compatible with? That's all I need to know, is that we wouldn't have to buy another $6.5 million worth of equipment for other new payment systems we adopt.
Thank you for the question, Director Airborne. Sylvia Lamb. This is a regional initiative, and so I don't believe there is any opportunity for changing that at this point.
So you're saying that you haven't considered other options that are being discussed, like the Cal ITP statewide for using credit card or smartphone payment?
Director Rayburn, Deputy General Manager Jones, I think we misunderstood the question. Obviously, we believe that the software that we're implementing is flexible enough to handle that. I think Sylvia was a little bit confused about the question, so thanks.
Okay, that's all I need to know. Thank you.
So Director
I'll move approval.
I'll second. Madam District Secretary, can we move to the vote?
Yes. Director Duffy?
Yes.
Director Foley?
Aye.
Vice President Lee?
Yes.
Director McPartlin?
Aye.
Director Rayburn?
Yay.
Director Simon?
Yes.
Director Allen?
Yes.
Director Ames?
Yes.
President Saltzman?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. We've completed our agenda.
Thank you. We'll now move to item 9, Planning, Public Affairs, Access, and Legislation, and I will turn it over to Director Foley. We'll see how long this item takes, but I suspect that after this item, we will go into closed session and come back to board matters at the end of the meeting.
Thank you, Madam President. For today's committee, we have one information item for the board, and it's the Silicon Valley BART Extension Phase 2 project update. With that, I will turn it over to staff.
Thank you, Chair Foley. Carl Holmes, Assistant General Manager, Design and Construction. Pleased to provide an update on the VTA BART Silicon Valley Phase 2 extension. So this slide you've all seen before, but wanted to make sure that we, for the record, provide the information, project stats. So we all know it's a 6-mile extension, 4 stations, 3 underground, as well as at the end of the extension in Santa Clara, there is the Newhall Yard, which is critical for our operations. The expedited project delivery funding update with FTA. You all are aware of the letter of intent that FTA had issued to VTA in October of last year that allowed for a 2-year timeframe for VTA to proceed with procuring contracts with there's 4 contracts, and so to proceed with the RFPs for those 4 contracts. And along with that letter of intent, the risk assessment yielded a $9.1 billion project cost, which was their 65% probability result. And so FTA provided that additional funding. So the 25% cap that they have for funding this project was not limited to the 6.9 billion. Instead, it was aligned with their probabilistic cost of 9.1 billion. And so again, this allows VTA to proceed with not only the RFPs, but also with engaging with third-party, whether it's utilities or with the cities for third-party agreements, as well as real estate acquisitions. This slide is intended to provide a little bit of information on the funding update. There's more information that's in the appendix of this presentation. We learned on Friday, this past Friday, VTA conducted their VTA board workshop, which was intended to go through the overall financial health of the agency. In that presentation, there were a few slides that discussed the BART project and the associated risks for the extension. And that was with phase 1 as well as phase 2. Again, those 3 slides we included in the appendix just for full visibility. But this slide was intended to at least summarize that. So the first part of it is focused on the capital costs, which you all know with the FTA's risk assessment, assigning the project a $9.1 billion value. VTA is their estimate is 6.9 billion. However, you will hear, if you didn't hear from yesterday's joint committee meeting, that they're moving forward with the project at a $9.1 billion cost, because FTA is not going to change their letter of intent. And so with that, FTA is requiring VTA to make sure that they can come up with the non-federal funding obligation. And so VTA is focused on that because they're committed to advancing this project. And so that's the direction that they're headed in, is to still gather the funding that's needed as if it is a $9.1 billion project. And then within that 2-year timeframe, which I referred to in the previous slides, the deadline is October 2023. And I say deadline, that's how it's written in the letter of intent. We did have a meeting with FTA, and I can say more about that later, but in that discussion, FTA did indicate they feel that that is a reasonable timeframe. It's not to say that they wouldn't extend that timeframe if needed, but they're hopeful and pushing for that 2-year timeframe to be able to enter into an FFGA. In regards to the, so there's another sub-bullet in there about the capital where it says key driver will be increasing federal participation. So what does that mean? VTA is looking at not only trying to gather funding for the non-federal side, but they are also trying to see if there's a way they could increase the federal participation. And so you may hear that they're looking at potentially a new starts application, or let's say transforming from an expedited project delivery grant to a new starts grant. What they're intending to do is try to increase the federal participation by doing such an action. I don't have much more in regards to the details of that, but I just want to make sure you have the visibility that that's an approach that they're considering. In regards to the operating costs, it's very clear that VTA is committed to their 100% responsibility for paying for operating costs. In regards to the O&M agreement, when we negotiated that agreement, and it was a negotiation that lasted several years. In the tail end of that negotiation, Bart was very clear that VTA is responsible for making sure that they pay for the costs for Bart to operate and maintain the extension, just like we do the core system. And one of the things we talked about was the fact that the Measure B funds, the 2008 Measure B funds, at the time that it expires, or depending on how things play out with operating costs, there may be a need for VTA to come up with additional funding. Now, in that negotiation, we couldn't agree to, well, what other fund sources would you use for such a shortfall if and when it occurred? But we did agree to being able to call upon VTA's TDA pledge, knowing that that's not something we want to do, but we needed to just have a financial backstop. And so that was part of the agreement, is that we have that financial backstop. And it's really more to just make sure that VTA continues to pursue other funding sources when needed. So I'll go to the next slide. Thank you. So slide 5 is a synopsis of some of the project highlights. And there are monthly meetings that occur between FTA and the project team in regards to making sure that all the steps that are happening right now are geared towards a successful outcome within that 2-year timeframe. And so that's just to keep the communication going. I will say that VTA is, and we are with them in a live procurement right now. So there are things that are not maybe as transparent as people would like, but that's because there are in negotiations, which you'll hear a little bit more about in upcoming slides, but there are negotiations with at least on one of the contracts, and the other contracts are in a different level of advancement in the procurement process. There was $200 million that was allocated for the project, and this was in President Biden's proposed upcoming fiscal year 23 budget. This set of
funds are part of the 25% cap. It's not over and above the 25% cap. It's just an allocation that is part of their FTA's obligation. I won't go into all the rest of the bullets here, except to say that VTA is still proceeding with real estate acquisitions and also all the third-party agreements, whether it's with the cities of San Jose, Santa Clara, and also with other utilities such as PG&E. Some of the highlights that are specific to efforts conducted by VTA and Bart, I'll get into them by category. So first is the design criteria manual. You've heard in the past that we were getting close to finishing the design criteria manual, and there were 4 different aspects of the design criteria manual and the requirements, and I can now say that we have completed that effort. Even though you may hear at some point between now and completion of the project that there'll be updates to the design criteria, that's to be expected, because remember, each of the contracts have an alternative project delivery method. So whether it's design build or progressive design build, as the design advances, there will likely be updates or modifications to the design criteria. In regards to the contract packages, for contract package 1, which is the systems work, we are updating the general requirements. Those general requirements are incorporated into each of the contracts, but right now we're focused on the systems contract. The CP2 contract, which is the tunnel and track, that's the one that's got probably the most visibility or at least exposure at this point. And it's also the one that's in the live procurement negotiations. I can say that Bart was quite active in the proposal evaluations. And so Bart has had visibility and continues to have visibility in the development of this procurement. In regards to contract packages 3 and 4, we are working with the shortlisted teams in terms of having one-on-one meetings. This is related to the yard design for the Newhall Yard, and the CP4 stations contract. Right now, it's going through a revision, and I'll say a little bit more about that later in regards to what and why some of the changes are happening. In other areas, I can say that the project team presented to 2 committees of the board, one being the BART Accessibility Task Force, and then second, the BART Bicycle Advisory Task Force. And that was in March and April. And I've heard from a number of sources that that presentation was received very well. There's continuous progress meetings and collaboration in regards to the safety and security certification, which we're thoroughly involved in. And there was a workshop that occurred last week with Spur and the city of San Jose. And that workshop was intended to, and it's an effort that will continue, but it was intended to increase the collaboration in regards to the stations, upcoming stations in San Jose, as well as trying to focus on how can the project continuously improve the single bore tunnel and the design and construction of that single bore tunnel. The last bullet I've mentioned, that was the VTA board workshop in regards to the financial shortfall. That was really an assessment that was conducted by a financial consultant for VTA. And so I wanted to make sure that our board had some visibility on that topic. Okay, this slide is intended to continue to convey the success at this time in regards to the fire life safety and security, which is focused on compliance of codes and regulations. We have a fire life safety and security committee, which you've heard about before. It consists of employees and consultants of BART and VTA, as well as members of the fire departments of both San Jose and Santa Clara. There's also a fire life safety technical working group. And each of those, and that's a subset of the fire life safety committee. There are biweekly meetings that occur with this technical working group. And there is substantial collaboration that's happening right now. And if you were to talk to any of the committee members, and I know Director Partland, you've had the pleasure of doing that, you will hear that while there's always going to be things to discuss and debate, at this point, the committee is satisfied with the direction that things are going, not only with things that they're working on right now, which is the yard design, but also with the design of the single bore tunnel. As the design of the single bore tunnel advances, there will continue to be that intense collaboration to make sure that there is a focus on not only code compliance, but also on the customer experience, the safe and quick emergency egress, and also the safe and quick entrance by first responders when needed. CPUC is also aware and satisfied with the collaboration that has occurred as of this date, and they will continue to be involved and able to monitor the collaboration that occurs in the future. So from a procurement update, I've said a little bit about some of the contracts. So systems contract right now is this summer, there'll be the next set of activities will be to update and hopefully have a final round of the RFP so that systems contract can advance. The tunnel and track work, that's the contract that is intended. VTA intends to seek their board approval to award that contract in May. So May 5th is the date they plan to seek their board approval. Negotiations have been underway and they're ready to proceed. Those that attended the meeting yesterday heard that the way they plan to seek board approval is to focus on the first stage of the contract package, which is the design. And that's on the order of $230 to $250 million, with the idea there'll be subsequent opportunities for VTA board to give approval for things such as innovations, which would likely be in September or October, and then also for demolition, early construction, and likely the procurement of their tunnel boring machine, which would be late 2022 or early 2023. The Newhall Yard, Santa Clara Station, contract package 3, they're hoping to have their final RFP issued also this summer. The stations contract I mentioned earlier, that solicitation has been canceled for now. And the reason is, or one of the main reasons is because VTA wants to make sure that they can get a full understanding of innovations that would be proposed by the tunnel and track work contract. And so it's likely, and I did get a glimpse of conceptually what some of those innovations could look like, but until they enter into a contract and are allowed, I believe it's a 90-day period, it may be a 100-day period, but they would have to go through that due diligence cycle to be able to substantiate and verify any innovations. And so once that occurs, then it's likely to have, VTA will have better visibility, and Bart would have better visibility on what does that mean for the stations contract. So it makes sense to put a pause on the stations package until such time of better understanding what the tunnel could look like if it would impact or change, ideally for the better, the design of the stations. And so this framework to completion slide is showing the same information from the previous slide, but it just shows it more graphically. And I want to highlight the 2-year FTA window, which is the green or gray column. And you can see that out of the 4 contracts, VTA expects to be at a point where they would have issued notice to proceed for 3 out of the 4 contracts. Even though the station's contract is showing that an NTP outside of that 2-year window, that doesn't impact the ability to enter into an FFGA. FTA has made it clear that an FFGA is not contingent upon having final pricing for all 4 contracts. They just want to make sure that they can get a better visibility on tangible pricing. And it's likely that VTA will have also more tangible numbers, even if they're not at a point of notice to proceed.
So Carl, can I jump in? Carl, could you just summarize a little bit briefly the meeting yesterday, the joint meeting, number 1, number 2, the back to the stations contract, walk the directors through what the team said yesterday, and Commissioner Chavez at the end of the meeting articulated and was quite clear that by the end of the year, they're going to be looking at, these different, to Director Rayburn's point, and I'm just bringing it up just so we're being in full transparency, that other entrance on the other side, that by the end of the year, they're doing some work on that right now. They're thinking about it. They're looking at the opportunities there. And coming out of that meeting yesterday, Commissioner Chavez, asked again and was quite clear that so by the end of the year, there'll be some analysis and look at that. And the project team, and Carl, you and Takas both said, yep, that's what's going to happen by the end of the year. So just a little bit on that. So the board is tracking.
Certainly, yes. And that was my plan. So, but thank you, General Manager Powers. In regards to the meeting yesterday, there was a lot of emphasis that was placed on the financial slides that are in the appendix, and their CFO he acknowledged that visibility was not given to Bart in advance in regards to how that would look if those slides were presented, and also stated that given his newness to his position, he's still trying to gather the information, understand what the risks are, and he's committed to presenting that information to us. So we will have better visibility on what risks they are considering at this time. We know that there's about $300 million that has been accumulated in regards to the 2008 Measure B funds, and roughly 30 million per year is what's expended in terms of operations. In regards to the stations, so there is a commitment to coming back to the joint committee at the end of the year, end of the calendar year, to provide more information. Ideally, it'll be information that's gathered from the innovations, likely in regards to the tunnel and track contract, but then also how that plays a role in regards to the stations and the station entrances. Bart is committed to pushing for entrances on both sides of Santa Clara Street. We've made that clear. We continue to make that clear. And so it's an item that we are not giving up on. And so we also know that the city of San Jose wants to also have access on both sides of the street. So there will be more information provided, and it's expected at the end of this calendar year. There also will likely be an opportunity before the end of the calendar year, I would say maybe in the September or October timeframe, to get visibility on the innovations. And this, again, is assuming that the VTA board does approve the contract in May. The 90-day or 100-day clock starts. They would be able to, with Bart, be able to verify the innovations, and that the innovations would reduce the cost and schedule. But there would be, I would say, the September or October timeframe that can be shared with the joint committee, and as well, we would share that with the full board, the full Bart board.
The only thing, Carl, I'm just trying to help you out here. The only thing I would add, Commissioner, General Bart directors, was there was a commitment yesterday that the cadence of that group meeting, for Bart directors and for VTA commissioners, needs to get reevaluated. And there was a commitment coming out of the members, our side and their side, that, I don't like our side and their side, but we're going to get those meetings on a more routine cadence. And we think that's going to be quite helpful as well.
Yes. And so 2 other things I'll say. I know there was a request at a previous meeting to have FTA attend the joint committee meeting. And while FTA was not able to attend, they committed to having a meeting with Bart, and I invited VTA because I wanted to make sure that it was not just a meeting with Bart and FTA, but given that VTA is the grantee for this project, it's appropriate that they're at the meeting. And so we've posted the questions and answers from that meeting just yesterday. So I understand that some of you may not have seen that, but we're just trying to add that level of transparency. And these questions came from you in the past, as well as members of the public. And so we tried to put together a list that, and some of you provided direct questions, but again, these are questions we've heard before. And I want to thank FTA and the PMOC. Particularly, I want to thank Ray Tellis, the regional administrator, who not only took the time to discuss, how could FTA participate in the meeting, but also taking the time to make sure his staff provided answers to the questions. And he personally went through every question, answered them. And so I want to at least publicly, for the record, acknowledge and show appreciation for his time and his staff's time in engaging with us and VTA. The other is, I know that there has been a concern about the fact that FTA's risk assessment has a $9.1 billion project value. And there's been questions about, should we go back to a twin bore? And just this week, I was able to gather up information. Now, I haven't read the entire document, but it's a 200-page document that came out of E&O Center for Transportation. And it provides information on tunneling projects and for different agencies. And one of the agencies being LA Metro. And where it describes the cost per mile for tunneling projects. And the 3 of the most recent tunneling projects coming out of LA Metro right now, the costs range from $1 billion per mile to up to $1.4 billion per mile. So why am I telling you this? I'm just saying it because it's so easy for someone to say, including me, why don't we go back to a twin bore? It's just cut and cover. It's much easier. It's cheaper. Well, I just want to make sure that I give some visibility to the fact that these transit projects, even the twin bore project that's in LA Metro, is much higher than what people think. So with that, I'll happy to turn it over to you, Chair Foley, for questions and public comment.
Thank you, Carl. I appreciate the in-depth presentation and the update. Madam Secretary, looks like we have some public comment.
Yes. Mark, please go ahead.
Hi there. Hopefully you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so I just want to make a few comments. I'm based out of Santa Clara County, so I'm very invested in local transit here. And yes, I was at the meeting yesterday. It was very interesting. I think in general, it was pretty clear that VTA, we said there's a conclusion here that there needs to be a greater cadence. I think the reason for that is VTA has been very opaque and I would say defensive, and I would say actually misleading in how they've been presenting the history of their planning process for this. For instance, they have been presenting for months that the cost would be 6.9 billion. Now they've gone back to 9.1 billion. And they said we've done comparisons in the past, independent peer review comparisons of twin bore versus single bore. But these comparisons in the past only looked at operating. They did not look at capital. They did not look at transit-oriented development potential. They did not look at safety, anything with schedule, and especially accessibility, which, as you're saying, for access into both sides of the street is something we need to look at. So really, we don't have a head-to-head comparison of these two issues. And I think they are trying to say that this is a done deal. Single bore is the only option. We have actually not made that choice yet. So I think it's misleading that they are trying to make this seem like an open and shut case when really we're at a crossroads. I'm very invested here because VTA is putting operating funds on a lien. If this has cost overruns, which I worry that the kind of novel aspects of the single bore have a higher tail risk, this is putting this future of Santa Clara County Transit at risk, I think, because we're not looking at all the options. And also, I just don't think the designs of these stations are really what we need for what should be high capacity stations. We don't want to have people put an extra couple minutes minimum for every single transit trip. And as Carl was saying at the meeting yesterday, there are real issues with dual bore, looking at the groundwater and so on. But this is basically the comparison we want to see in an independent review. So I was very encouraged to see the Bart representatives, basically backing up the idea that we need an independent review. And honestly, for both local transit and for the future of legitimacy of transit projects, I'm looking at Link 21. I want Bart to do everything it can to basically put this issue to bed. I think this controversy of VTA's bad management will go to bed if we get an independent review. So please make this happen. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mark.
Riley, please go ahead.
Yes, Bart Board, I appreciate your time of listening to my comments. My name is Riley Steves. I am from Oakdale, and I have a few questions to ask you guys. First of all, I know you guys have been saying about the Silicon Valley expansion. Do you know what the new station will look like for the 4 stations? For 2, will you guys be doing test runs like when the expansion is done? Sorry, I'm struggling here. And with the new expansion coming up, will it be able to connect to Amtrak and Caltrain? Because I heard that you ever reading the presentations on the system, and it says 4 stations, 3 underground, 1 at grade. What 1 grade are you guys gonna make? I'm trying to think, sorry. And I went for when I went to San Francisco, we rode in the new Fleet of the Futures. They're really nice. You guys did a fantastic job on them. And will you guys be able to be making more in the future? Or because they're really, really nice. Because I can feel the difference between the old legacy and the new Fleet of the Future. The cars are they're really nice. I hope that you guys will be able to do this. And another question, will you guys be able to like connect it to like Sonoma, expanding the whole system there, or at the new at the Dublin Pleasanton station, will you guys be able to like expand it to like Livermore or north in North Central Valley? I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Riley. Carl, if you or staff could reach out to Riley after the meeting or later this week, I would appreciate it. I know that there were some questions that Riley had, and I'd appreciate it if you could check with him.
Happy to do that.
Adam, please go ahead.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Adam Bookbinder. I live in Campbell. I'm a longtime user of VTA buses and light rail. There's been a lot of discussion lately about the merits of single versus dual bore construction. I'm concerned that a consensus has developed that it's too late to consider that we may have made a mistake, that the only option is to charge forward despite the probable unnecessary expenditure of billions of dollars to make a riskier, less accessible project. We don't always get it right the first time. The problem is when we're so frightened that we've made a mistake that we can't fix it. Please support an independent peer review to understand the costs and benefits of a single bore versus dual bore approach before we move forward with contracts for tunneling. The decisions we make now will affect our infrastructure for decades to come. We cannot afford not to make sure we do it right. And we've heard a reference to the ENO report saying that American construction costs aren't really that bad. They are. Alan Levy with the Transit Cost Project at the Marin Institute at NYU points out that ENO's analysis is incomplete. It leaves out cheaper European projects, for example. Furthermore, ENO's analysis still says that tunnel projects are more than twice as expensive in the US than outside of it. And this attitude that we have nothing to learn, we're doing just fine, even as we're scarcely able to build anything because it's so expensive, and we shrug when price tags rise by billions of dollars is a central part of the problem. Costs can be controlled. It happened with the Green Line extension in Boston. It can happen here. And if this is truly the best we can do, then an independent analysis will show that. The only thing you have to fear is the truth. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Adam. I appreciate those comments. Madam Secretary.
Andrea, please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Thank you. My name is Andrea Horbinski, and I'm a transit rider and bicyclist who lives in Berkeley. And I wanted to add my comment to the chorus of people saying that while I'm extremely excited about the prospect of the Silicon Valley BART extension and taking the BART to San Jose and to the Santa Clara airport, I'm really concerned, as previous commenters have said, about this sunk cost fallacy of the single bore project. And so I really think that it's time to do an independent peer review of the single versus dual bore designs and really make sure that, single bore is really the best option that it's been claimed to be. I think there's a lot of evidence that we already have that, in fact, dual bore is as good as or better. And particularly with these rising costs that we've just heard about and these sort of vague contracts that VTA wants to put out. I'm very concerned that there's a lot of potential there for operating and capital costs to balloon, as well as with these sort of preliminary designs for stations that we've seen for the end result to be not as good as it could be, and therefore decrease potential ridership over the long term, which would really be a shame on a number of levels. So once again, I want to say, please do an independent peer review of the single versus dual bore designs. I'm just also on another point, just want to say, very glad to hear that BART is pushing for entrances to the stations on both sides of Santa Clara Street. No matter what happens, I think that is extremely important to keep on doing so that pedestrians and riders have more points of access to the stations. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Andrea. I appreciate your comments regarding the entrances and the dual versus single bore. Madam Secretary.
Ryan, please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Ryan Globus. I live in San Jose near the Diridon station, and I'm super excited about this project. I would love to have Bart just around the corner from me. I'm going to echo earlier commenters about the need for an independent analysis to look at the single versus dual bore. And I'll also add that at yesterday's meeting, I know some of the BART directors asked for certain documents, and I hope that any documents that are provided to the board could also be made public on BART or VTA's websites or both websites. I think one thing that's been tricky is that it feels like there hasn't been a lot of transparency. The FTA letter of intent came out in October, but a lot of the details were only reported later when the Mercury News filed a FOIA request. And for me to get a copy of, I wanted to read the letter of intent as well. And it wasn't on either website. And so I had to send a FOIA request, and it took a week, and they sent me a CD in the mail, and I don't have a CD reader. And it seemed like there were a lot of hoops. So if there could be greater transparency with these documents moving forward, that would be much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. And I do fully support transparency with those docs, and nobody has CD players anymore. Madam Secretary.
Adina, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, board members and staff. Adina Levin with Friends of Caltrain and Trans Bay Coalition, and wanted to make two sets of related points. And the first is supporting what a number of the other speakers have already talked about in terms of wanting to see an apples to apples comparison with a peer review looking at cost and risk and design for the single bore versus the dual bore, because a number of different issues have come to light that weren't really realized about the potential weaknesses of the single bore design in terms of enabling multiple entrances, in terms of enabling very dense transit-oriented development in the heart of San Jose, and then also comparing against the need and cost of business mitigation. It could be that if you did an apples to apples comparison with all of those features, you would still go to single bore, but enough of those questions have come to light since the decision was made that having that look would really give confidence to the public and to voters who are going to be called upon to give more funding to these projects, that this was the right and most cost-effective, best decision at the time. And I wanted to speak to that issue of funding, particularly with the questions about, how much is it going to cost to get this project done, capital, and how much is it going to cost to operate, and will there be money for the capital and the operating? And I have some questions, concerns, and also hopes and dreams about the opportunity for, is this funding situation going to be competitive with each agency, like fighting each other, and the opportunity to contribute to risks? Or is there going to be an opportunity to work together to have a great project that voters can feel confident in and vote to support? VTA, in order to have this project work, is going to need to have a healthy BART system. And, we certainly don't want to have BART funding take away from VTA. So hopefully there's a way to have all the parts of the regional system working together to fund and deliver. Thank you.
Thank you, Adina. Looks like we have one remaining public comment, and then we will turn it over to Director Lee to start board comments.
Alita, please go ahead.
Thank you, Committee Chair Mark Foley, members. Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her. I can only speak to this as an ordinary user of public transportation, both in the Bay Area and in other parts of the country. What's most important to me is to be able to get this project done sooner or later, because it is basically inevitable that the longer you take, the more it costs. I like to think of the old saying that, it's kind of like aircraft turbulence. We kind of got some aircraft turbulence going on, but it's not unsafe. And we want to be mindful of the possibilities. But I don't think that this should center around a specific design, but about this total ecosystem building this railroad, which will be partly underground, to better serve the people of the Bay Area. Just a few days ago, maybe a week ago, I was in San Francisco, and I rode through the Twin Peaks Tunnel, which is a single bore tunnel with 2 tracks in it. And that tunnel has been in existence for about 100 years. And there are probably some other ones. I remember some tunnels on the New York City subway. I think the one under the East River on the East Side lines 4, 5, and 6 is a single bore. It has either 2 or 3 tracks in it, as far as I remember. It's been a while. And the Park Avenue Tunnel in New York City is 4 tracks, of which you have 2 on the sides. And then the center 2 tracks are a separate single bore. So this isn't new. And we can talk about and review it all we want. But the problem comes if that causes the work to stop. And these things don't turn on a dime. And so I have to ask myself, what is the goal here? Well, I have my goal, what I want to see. I want to see us finish this project in the safest and most timely manner, and I believe a cost-effective manner. And yes, we're going to have some turbulence. And yes, I'm afraid of flying on airplanes. But I think that we can build a project that'd be great and legendary, like Grand Central Terminal. But I ask that we consider the science of it and get to work. Thank you.
Thank you, Alita. I will note that we are approaching 1 p.m., so if folks can stay focused, that would be greatly appreciated. Let's start with Director Lee, followed by President Saltzman.
Thank you, Chair Foley. I will heed your warning of staying focused, but I do have a lot of questions. So when I ask questions, I think most of them are going to be directed towards AGM Carl Holmes and perhaps also AGM Pam Herhold. So I would just ask, like, it's okay if you're like, we don't have that information, we'll get back to you. So I first, need to start echoing what I said in all of the past presentations on this, which is I am in strong support of getting BART to downtown San Jose. This is a regional game-changing project. This is what it means to be a transit-first region. And I cannot, I will constantly say how important this is, just like Link 21, just like another, rail crossing across the bay. Like this is that level. And we need to continue having our eyes on this project and be investing time and energy, whether it's at the BART board level. So thank you for all of these presentations that we've been receiving, and certainly at the staff level. So I've got a bunch of questions here. So I'm just going to go right ahead. So we learned a lot about all the different CPs, and that, CP2 phase 1, that contract is about to be awarded next week at the VTA board. Carl, can you explain where CP2 phase 1 ends and where phase 2 begins?
When you say where it ends and begins, can you rephrase just so I understand? Are you talking about in terms of the touch points between the 2 contracts? Both.
So like, is phase 1 just the planning and design, and then phase 2 is the actual construction? Will phase 1 actually come to an end, that contract's over, and then phase 2 picks up and begins?
Okay, I think I understand. You're talking about the stage 1 of this tunnel and contract,
Yes,
and track.
stage 1. Yeah, that's right.
Okay. So stage 1 is intended to be focused on the design. So it's to get the design completed. And then stage 2, or let's say the next stage, will be with regards to the demolition and maybe, I think, demolition and early construction activities. And that is slated for end of this calendar year or beginning of 2023.
So, okay. Will there be any key milestones before phase 2, stage 2 begins? And will the VTA board be voting on approval of another contract for that phase 2?
So the way I understand it, the VTA board is being asked to approve stage 1 next month, and that will be for design. Then that will trigger the clock for the 90-day period or 100-day period for innovations. In order for those innovations, assuming that they are verified and considered to be valid, those would also, I believe, have to be approved by the VTA board. And that's what I was alluding to in regards to the September or October timeframe.
Yeah, I think it would be good to verify whether there is going to be another key milestone and actual VTA board approval. I would hope to, that there would be another major, BART board presentation and likely a VTA BART joint committee.
Yes, there is when I'm saying likely, I'm talking about the time frame, whether it's September or October, but it is expected that the VTA board needs to approve that, and so you have my commitment to try to make sure that the cadence of the joint committee meetings as well as the presentation to this full board are aligned with that, similar to the presentation today as well as the meeting yesterday, knowing that there was a strong possibility that they were going to take this contract next month.
I think that it's also important that there's an actual milestone because it gives the public another opportunity to weigh in, especially given the stage 2 contract being the construction portion is going to be, I assume, like billions of dollars. Like, I'm just throwing dollars out there, but I'm assuming it's going to be pretty significant. So sort of more on the BART side, since the VTA board is taking positions on those contracts over, let's say, just the next 5 years, will the BART board be taking any action as it relates to this project? For example, will there be approvals around design? Are there any budgetary actions that come before us? Will we have to approve any contracts?
We have no board actions between now and the end of the project, with the exception of the high possibility of an operations and maintenance supplement or amendment. But in regards to the technical aspects of the project, there's no upcoming board approval. There's no fiscal impact to the district in regards to this project. The only thing I can foresee is prior to going into revenue service, making sure that we have a supplement or an amendment to the operations and maintenance agreement.
Got it. I have all sorts of feelings about that, but thank you for clarifying that. And given you sort of mentioned this, I know you talked about it quite a bit in your presentation and with the follow-ups. Can you also confirm what VTA acknowledged yesterday regarding BART's authority over their TDA funding? And can you explain what that means? So, like, for example, if we absolutely had to access that backstop funding, what would actually be the process to do that?
So this is Pamela Herhold, AGM Performance and Budget. So we have right now, we have a lien on their TDA funds. Right now that is suspended by agreement between both agencies. We are able to reinstate the lien, and I'm going to paraphrase here, should the Measure B sales tax be terminated or BART does not receive sufficient revenue to cover VTA subsidy and other payment obligations. So it's very clear in writing. We do not want to dip into TDA, but the authority is there.
And that authority, is that a board action then the staff executes? Is that a GM authority to place a lien?
So Director Lee, this is Matt Burrows. The board, in approving the prior agreements, the TDA pledge agreement that Ms. Herhold is speaking about was part of that package. So the board action has already been taken.
Okay. Understood. Thank you for explaining that. And then I think this is probably back to Carl. Just hang tight. I've got like 4 more questions here. Can you confirm what VTA stated yesterday about the 9.1 billion cost estimate that was determined by FTA in their risk assessment? I will just say back in December when we received a presentation from Takis Salpeus, it was very like, don't worry about that, guys. Don't worry. Yeah, can you give an update on that?
Sure. So they have changed their focus to instead of trying to defend or battle against FTA on the number, they just need to focus on making sure they have the appropriate funding to advance the project. FTA is not changing their number. And so efforts of trying to defend or combat the risk assessment would not be helpful in regards to them entering into an FFGA.
Okay. I feel validated, but in like a really awful $2.3 billion way. Next question. When will we be able to see the financial report that has been prepared by VTA consultants that was, lended to the information in this presentation?
This is Pamela Herhold. I'm currently working with Greg Richardson. He's reviewing the report. I feel confident that as soon as they finalize it, we'll get a copy of it.
Will that be made public?
I would certainly work with VTA on that. I'll let them take the lead.
Yeah, I would say that at least I think the board should certainly be able to see the full report, but I would really encourage some sort of summary be put out publicly, given the need for transparency. And I think this is another question for Pam. When does, or do we know when the phase 1 O&M shortfall begins?
Well, there is no shortfall right now. There's sufficient Measure B funding to cover the O&M and capital expenses. What I want to get to the bottom of are the assumptions that the consultant made in the forecast. We provided some forecast information to VTA, and I just want to make sure that I understand the assumptions used by the consultant. I think that is what's contained in that assessment report. Okay. But I'm confident that we have a good working relationship with VTA staff, and that we'll get to the bottom of this.
Great. And then last question, and perhaps you can sort of take a little bit longer as you see fit to answer it. So hypothetically, let's say we had the $9.1 billion to construct the project. We move forward with a beautiful design, with amazing ridership experience that we are all magically in agreement on, and we are literally ready to open tomorrow in Diridon Station. Is there the money to operate this service? For how long, and what would that service look like?
So that is the question that we'll have to get back to you after we work with VTA.
Okay, I think understanding and knowing that, we need to know that before we start like tunneling things and like well in advance. We can't, I think we all have a little bit of PTSD over past projects. I won't name any, but I don't want to give that burden to future boards, future decision makers, future BART GMs, etc. All right, so I've got some comments here and then I'll close. I want to acknowledge really the significant change of perspective from VTA and what seems like a far more collaborative partnership versus where things were in December. I really appreciate hearing these commitments that General Manager Powers has shared, but ultimately, this increased collaboration and communication must elicit actual outcomes, whether that means better design, better funding plans, cost estimates we agree on, timelines we agree on, and more. It's not enough to simply say, hey, we've got some interpersonal issues that we have to work on. We've made commitments to work on. That actually needs to lead to a better project, not just like kumbaya. I also really echo the public commentary that increased transparency with the public is needed as well. I think these board meetings are so helpful for the general public to understand more, for us to be able, as board members, to be able to ask questions. So I continue encouraging this. So the main thing that I want, and by going first, I hope there's agreement from my other board members here, is that I'd like to direct you, General Manager Bob Powers, to work with VTA's GM Gonat to work together, and within the, let's just say, next 3 months, if that's possible, bring back an item to the BART board with VTA staff present to develop a funding plan. This presentation needs to detail what the consultant report shows about the shortage of phase 1 and 2 O&M funds, sort of what I tried to dig into, which we don't know right now, and also shows the gaps in capital construction funds based on the $9.1 billion estimate. We know that it will be likely closer to that. Simply put, we cannot forge ahead without understanding what the costs are. Even if we had all of the dollars in place to build a thing, which we don't, you don't buy a Ferrari if you don't have the money to maintain it. I know a lot of our past conversations, including the presentation we had from VTA in December, focused on a lot of the design impacts of choosing single versus dual bore. We heard a lot of those comments repeated today in public comment. I do believe there's a lot more information we need to understand the cost impacts and the design impact of both. And I would really encourage Bart staff to work with VTA staff, not just with consultants, actually staff to staff conversations to deeply explore those impacts and bring back this information to our respective boards and the joint Bart VTA special committee. There may also be a role that independent outside experts could play, like some public commenters have mentioned. I also feel like I'm still trying to, as you could tell in my questions, really understand CP2 stage 1, phase 1 versus stage 2, phase 2. I am hoping and expecting that there needs to be some sort of action that the VTA board needs to take. I don't agree with stopping, directing VTA to do. I don't want to stop VTA from approving their phase 1 contract if they see that's fit to do next week. However, I really believe we need much more information in this funding plan, more information around the design impacts, cost impacts prior to the phase 2 contract approval. We have, it seems like, several months before we get there. That independent consultant financial report should be out very soon to review. And so I really hope that we can have the commitments from our respective general managers to work together and do that before the phase 2, CP2 phase 2 contract. I would also say that I want the funding plan that I'm asking for to be creative. Earlier this year, we were talking about 5-county measures and more regional approaches to funding our transit systems. This project is that ideal candidate to be funded out of a measure like that. So I don't want to go too far there, but we'll have that conversation when we get there. Overall, again, this is all about getting the right project that we know we need to have. And so I just really, really want to thank AGM Holmes, your dedication to this project, your briefings, the fact that you're consistently bringing this project back to the BART board. Thank you so much for your work.
Thank you, Director Lee. I have President Salzman followed by Director.
And be very brief because I think Vice President Lee covered pretty much everything I wanted to touch on. I just wanted to kind of second a couple of things. One is I really appreciate that VTA in the past week has changed their tune on things. Instead of kind of looking at everything in a rosy way, they're being more realistic and open about that. And I think that's a huge shift. And I wish it had come sooner, but at least it is there now. And so I hope we are communicating with VTA that we expect this to be the conversation moving forward, to be transparent with BART and transparent with the public. I think General Manager Powers said this earlier, that there needs to be more efforts to get the joint committee to meet more regularly. And so I'm committed to working to have that meet at least quarterly. And I think we actually should make the scheduling request now, because this last meeting took 2 months to schedule. So let's schedule that next meeting right now for a few months from now. And then I agree we need to see a funding plan. And though Bart isn't going to vote on this, I really think this needs to be a collaborative process. And I want to see VTA show up more here at the BART board to talk to us about these issues, and particularly to present the funding plan. So I've commented a lot about this project in the past, so I'll leave my comments there so we can get to other directors.
Thank you, Madam President. Let's turn it over to Director Allen, followed by Director Ames.
Thank you, Chair Foley. I agree. Director Lee did dive into the weeds, and I'm not going to do that again. I too was planning to call for a funding plan, a formal presentation from BART staff, and jointly with VTA. That's a great idea. On the issue of the peer review and additional peer review, Carl, didn't we have, or somebody from staff, whoever's there, didn't we already have a peer review in the very beginning of this project regarding the single bore issue? And can someone just, briefly say how that, what came out of that peer review?
So we had, and I wasn't intimately involved at that time, but we had a number of discussions and meetings between both agencies on the twin bore versus single bore. And so that was another commitment that VTA board member Cindy Chavez directed VTA to make sure that we have the same documentation that they have in regards to how we got to a single bore. We did, as an agency, Bart, agree at the end to being supportive of the single bore, but we can go back and retrieve.
Did we do a peer review? Did we do peer review?
Yes.
A formal peer review process with independent outside experts weighing in?
Yes, there was Bart, VTA consultants, and there was it was a peer, other agencies that were involved.
Okay. Because I think we've done that before, and I don't think it's a bad idea. In fact, I would support us doing that again at the appropriate stage before we really dive into construction. I think that peer review truly needs to be a peer review of independent, not Bart. I mean, obviously Bart's staff would participate in it, but the peer review document should be written by independent people in the industry. So I'm actually gonna support that if we can, I mean, obviously there's a whole nother committee working on this, but I would hope that somebody's going to bring that forward. It's not too late for us to take a pause and do a review of where things are to date and develop some independent thoughts of what we could potentially be thinking about if we haven't already. So the final thing I want to mention is that, I had a great conversation with a person from Spur the other day regarding some white papers they did on heavy infrastructure projects in the Bay Area and how to better deliver them. And then what came across my email today, maybe by accident, maybe not, is a recent UC Berkeley study done in January of this year, completed actually and published, regarding this very issue of how to deliver large infrastructure projects. And they took a look at 4 projects in California, made a lot of recommendations. If you haven't read this, I recommend to the public and the people interested, and also my colleagues on the board, that you take a look. I haven't actually gotten all the way through it, but there are some really interesting recommendations with respect to how large infrastructure projects should be built, and questions really: should individual transportation agencies be taking the lead on these projects, or should we create sort of a Bay Area infrastructure delivery team that can help to guide through project delivery decisions and so forth. There's a whole lot to this report. I won't tell you anymore, but it is from UC Berkeley, and it is titled "Getting Back on Track: Policy Solutions to Improve California Rail Transit Projects." That concludes my comments. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Allen. Director Ames, followed by Director Rayburn.
Okay, well, I guess what's missing here is the peer review, as what Adina Levin was talking about, one of our public speakers. The peer review of an apples to apples comparison of the 2 structural systems. So apparently there was a peer review on the single bore a while ago, with one side, I guess, that had my understanding is one side entry only, not 2 sides. That is what possibly the innovations would come up with. I mean, if the contractor's coming up with innovations, we're probably going to see 2 entrances or entrances on each side of the single bore. So the apples and apples comparison would be to look at the twin bore design versus the single bore with both entrances. And the reason why I'm concerned about this is I've been asking for this comparison of the single bore and the double bore for some time, saying it was going to be forthcoming. Even VTA said they were going to put this on their website at least a year ago. They were going to say, here is the information that we've done peer reviews, and the constructability analysis for both systems was going to be put on the website. And it has not been put on the website. And then in October, we find out the project's $9 billion. Okay, so now we need a peer review, independent peer review, to look at the constructability of the both options. So the voters are confident they're getting full transparency on how the price went up to 9 billion, and also to show which system is the most efficient system for the riders. And I guess when I look at these brochures with VTA is producing, it's a lot of the same narrative of forcing the single bore decision. There's a narrative here that says, this is just one of their flyers. It says, VTA is proud to be the first transit agency in the US to use a single bore diameter tunnel to deliver the phase 2 extension. The roughly 55-foot diameter tunnel will be large enough to accommodate 2 train tracks and a center platform, eliminating the need for cut and cover construction and significantly reducing surface level construction activity and impacts. And this is really telling to me that the surface level impacts has been driving the decision to go single bore. And so we want to see the cost of the surface level impacts with the double bore versus the single bore, because my understanding is it is a tunnel project and the cut and cover option is only about 900 feet long for each station. So honestly, I don't understand why this comparison hasn't been done. As a civil engineer, you look at twin versus single bore, you look at construction options before you decide on an option. And I was told that this comparison was done, and it's been over a year and it hasn't been provided on the website. And this is why people are catching wind of this, because the price went up to 9 billion. And what I heard at the meeting from the general manager, Commissioner Chavez, and the chair Hendrickson was that they were going to dig up some information. I think they said they were going to give it to me, but I don't want to see this personally. I want to see this on the website. Dust off the information is what I heard the chair Hendrickson say. They're going to look at the information and they might add to the information that they have right now to compare the two systems, so we know the difference in costs and the impacts. As Adina was saying, there's design impacts, there's construction impacts, there's risk impacts. So she said it pretty succinctly, Adina Levin, and I appreciate the public's concern, and we just need to get confidence. We need the voters' confidence, so they will support this $9 billion project with this analysis. So I hope we can get there, at least when the innovations come up with if we're going to go ahead, if VTA is going to go ahead with this single bore and they have the innovations, that's a good time to get an outside peer review to look at the two systems. And then we can compare apples to apples. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Ames. I'll now turn it over to Director Rayburn, followed by Director McPartland.
Thank you, Chair Foley, and thank you everyone for your comments already, and particularly Carl. That O&M agreement, when I heard that it could be at risk, well, we just looked at, we're projecting around 35 million per year from the VTA for the next 2 years in our budget. So it's very meaningful, but thank you for the reassurance that we had the foresight to include a good deal in that contract. Now, if that comes to fruition that we have to tap into the TDA funds. That's not good for anybody. So we want to be on track for a project that doesn't lead any transit agency into essentially foreclosure. Carl, you also mentioned that the Bart Accessibility Task Force and the Bicycle Advisory Task Force were pleased with the presentations. I have to say the presentations were very thorough, and they were in general well received. They could see that there's a plan for accessing the stations. However, in each group, the Accessibility Task Force was concerned about seeing scissors of escalators, 4 flights of escalators leading from very deep tunnels and the time that it would take, or what happens when the escalators are not functioning. And the bike group was very concerned about the lack of access on both sides of the street. And that's something that I've been I've been the broken record on that for a number of years now. And so, it's heartening as well to hear that the VTA has put a pause on this station contract and that they're considering redesigns. That's critical because we've heard earlier this year, just no, we're moving forward no matter what. I've also embraced the fire life safety issues because you can't have people fleeing a smoke-filled station and on that same stairwell, the emergency crews attempting to deploy. And I want to just note that the compliance certificate that Carl showed on the last slide for fire life safety is only for the tunnel structures. So there's no compliance certificate overall yet, and there are probably going to be issues. And that's why we should be re-examining this project with regard to, is the twin bore or a single bore the correct path to follow? And so that peer review, it should take place. It should take place anew, because I don't think that there was full consideration in the earlier peer review of all the various ramifications of very deep tunneling. And one thing that's just recently been revealed, of course, is the increased timeline for construction would lead to the merchants who initially were opposed to seeing building in the trenching in the middle of the street for year after year. Well, they're now seeing that there would be truckloads of spoils coming out of those very deep tunnels for many years more than they were expecting. So there's, I think, a lot of willingness to re-examine a number of reasons that drove everyone toward that single bore in the first place. And we should be giving everything a full consideration now. As well, I want to buttress the comments that Director Lee first made about getting to a full funding plan within 90 days. I think that's critical. And the question I have, though, regarding the funding is, we still don't know just where this first contract is really going to land. And I don't know, Carl, if you can just give us any reassurance that that contract and maybe all of the phases would keep us under that 9.1 billion ceiling, or are we looking at something that's way out of line?
Thank you, Director Rayburn. I'll say I do not have full visibility on all the numbers. However, in my continuous communication with VTA, I ask similar questions, and the reassurance I get is gives me at least some level of comfort that they are confident in that they're below the 9.1 billion. They can't say that they're going to provide a project that is capped at the 6.9 billion, but the tunnel and track work contract is the biggest of the 4 contracts. So as they get closer in getting a better understanding of what they're looking at is indicative pricing, indicative costs, but given that it's progressive design build, it's hard to say that the cost will be X. But there is a level of comfort, and comfort is probably not the best word to use, level of confidence that they will not exceed the 9.1 billion. They look at that as that's their funding target, and they're still maintaining that the project cost will be less than that. But they're not at this point able to provide what do they think the project cost will be. Now, I know they have numbers, they have estimates, they have risk factors that they're considering. Right now, even if they were to provide that information, particularly on the tunnel and track work contract, it would compromise the procurement. I do know that there was significant negotiation efforts with this proposed design build team. And so it would be wrong, even if I knew all the numbers, to share those in a public setting. But I don't have full visibility of it. I do have some rough order of magnitude in terms of some of the estimates. But what I'm hearing is there's a level of confidence that's there, a strong level of confidence that they're not going to go above the 9.1 billion. Now, they haven't started the work, so there could be things that happen that increase the cost, but they understand fully FTA is not funding anything more than their the 9.1 billion and their portion of that 9.1 billion.
And the FTA's 9.1 billion estimate for the ceiling was not based on adding additional entrances on both sides of the streets and the downtown stations. And so I'm not very comfortable with where we're going, particularly given that we were told as recently as in April, when the presentation was made to the Bicycle Advisory Committee, that, in 2 weeks, we'll have the CP2 bid opening. And so we're behind that now. And it makes me nervous that we could see that headline that project's way out of line. So I don't have a lot of comfort about moving forward on this at this stage. So let's keep the pressure on. I'm so grateful to hear that there's I've been working with the same group in the Diridon station for several years, and I've been hearing the same commotion about, yes, we want a system that really works for the people, and it has to provide that safety and access. So the vertical circulation is absolutely critical, and we have to find a way to deliver that. That's the final question I have is, you mentioned your questions that you posed with Ray Tellis and the FTA, and thank you for sharing those with me. Is that now posted along with his answers on the website?
Yes, that is posted. I will also note there is a typo on one of the responses regards to, I think it's question number 10. It shows 9.1 million as opposed to billion, but we all know it's billion. But yes, it's posted for all of your review.
No, I really appreciate that. You know, the staff have been listening, and I'll give VTA and Bart staff credit here, but it's so important to have transparency on these projects, and to see that we're asking, I feel, all the right questions, and I haven't had a chance yet to review the responses, but thank you for your hard work. That's it.
Thank you, Director Rayburn. And now we will turn to Director McPartland. You're our last speaker, sir, so you can wrap it up for us.
I get the bed cleanup. Nice. Who knows? Maybe someone may want to end up jumping in after I get finished. Carl Holmes ended up making a statement that before we started the directors talking, that kind of made the hair stand up on the back of my neck when he mentioned that we don't have any further action until point action. I don't know whether it was a date or whether it was an action point, but then in talking about the subject of the peer review, the thing that made me really uncomfortable with that when I started to flash back on the sequence of events and what our responsibility is globally. Basically, VTA has the lead on building this thing, and then we end up taking it over and we're going to end up running. And so they are kind of in the driver's seat. And I would hope that we are a lot more interactive than just being along for the ride. And okay, let me go ahead and bring this thing up. In reference to the request for a peer review, it came from multiple sources from the public comments. And then Director Ames weighed in, and then I weighed in, and then Director Rayburn weighed in requesting that. And still, the VTA GM was, I wouldn't say dismissive, but I don't know how else I can phrase it, because her response was, you know, all those things have already been done. We ended up having those things done and held up the paperwork associated with it. My gut level when that demonstrative action was given was we paid for a feasibility study and we've already got it, and we like what we have and we don't need anything else. And then again, right behind the comments from Carl Holmes, it was Director Ames that gave me the other flash of clarity when she pointed out that in the statement that came out, it included that phrase associated with minimal surface disruption. That is a key point associated with San Jose by virtue of the fact that the ground disruption, and I don't mean to throw anybody under the bus, but we had an AGM that was overheard saying, well, if we do a cut and cover, of course it's going to end up being disruptive, but I mean, they're just shop owners. And that ended up hitting a harmonious chord with everybody in Santa Clara County, as it should have. And they circled the wagons, and basically I get the impression that Bart ended up basically backing away from that hot potato. And if we did a cut and cover, or if we did a dual bore that was somewhat below that level rather than a single bore, it would be very disruptive if we ended up doing the cut and cover. It would be somewhat less if we ended up going a little bit lower. The whole issue associated with that, though, is that what the public was asking for, what 3 BART directors have been asking for, is a independent peer review. And so my question is, whether we go twin, single, or cut and cover, what leverage do we have, or does the VTA have the authority to be dismissive to the public and to 3 BART board directors as to whether or not they're going to end up having an independent peer review? So anybody want to weigh in on an answer to that one?
I'll give it a try. So Director McPartland, this project is, you're correct that this project is being designed and delivered by VTA. And so They are the lead agency in this. Now, we have a support role. Our support role does not mean that we just sit back and wait until the end and start to operate and maintain. We are involved throughout every phase of this project. Our level of involvement in some areas is quite intimate. In other areas, there's some improvement, and we've identified those areas, and it's what you heard today in regards to the financial aspects. That's something that we will get more intimate in. To say that they are being dismissive, I would not characterize it that way in regards to a request for a peer review, independent peer review. I would just remind this board that they have the authority to move forward regardless of requests that we make. So my role, what I've have attempted to do and what I continue to do is to work with VTA to try to get the best project out of VTA so that Bart can successfully operate and maintain the system, just like we operate the core system. Does it mean that I agree with everything? No. Does it mean that I question certain things? Yes. Are they some of the same questions that all of you have? Yes. But at the same time, I do realize that they have the authority to move forward. And it's very important that we, as an agency that will be operating and maintaining the system, are not just viewed as an operator. We are the experts in the system. So the system, when it's designed and installed, VTA needs our support now. They needed our support years ago, and they will need our support in the future to make sure that when it's designed and built, that they don't just hand it to us and then we say, oh, this is not going to work, and it takes another 2 or 3 years before it can go into revenue service. We continue to make sure we remind each other, I say each other, meaning VTA and Bart, that we want to make sure that things that occurred in phase 1 do not occur in phase 2. And so our involvement, while it may be uncomfortable, needs to be intimate in all areas so that at the time that they are ready to put something into revenue service, Bart can say, yes, it's ready. There might be a few things that need to be modified in terms of a punch list, in terms of our testing and commissioning. There may be things that need to be repaired or replaced, but it shouldn't be a significant operation or a significant project level effort that occurred in phase 1. So my answer is intended to just remind the board that our board, what authority we have and what influence I think we have and what influence that we should be trying to make sure that we impress upon VTA, that don't just do this in a vacuum because there are going to be more issues at the end. And I believe they hear that. I believe they understand that. We have to sometimes remind them of that. We have to remind ourselves as well that even in that role, there are some things that we don't have authority of. And so we have to make sure we also don't overstep, but we have to do it in such a way that we're explaining the reasons why we are either requesting something or demanding something, so that they understand it and don't feel as though we are trying to stop the project or have them go in reverse, because then you get to a point where they're not going to want to share information if they feel like we are trying to stop the project. So now at the same time, I'm not a believer that the project needs to just go with our blinders on and think that, just because we agreed to a single bore, that we're not going to question things. We're not going to maybe ask for certain aspects of it to be paused so that we could get a better handle. I think the station's contract is an example of, making sure that we pause to not have all contracts going out at the same time, only to find that the contracts will trip over each other, and then it's going to cost even more. So, but if if VTA were to say, okay, they're going to stop the project and go with independent peer review before proceeding with contract number 2, there still will be some that will say, and I'm not trying to be pessimist, but there still will be some that will say, well, the peer review didn't ask this question, or the peer review didn't capture that. Even this E&O report, which again, I have not read the entire report, but I found something that at least shows some data in regards to the twin bore. And my attempt in bringing that up is just to say that the twin bore is not as inexpensive as people may think. And I'm trying to at least introduce other data to show that there is independent work that's already out there that's already done. And someone can say that the E&O study is flawed. I'm sure other studies are flawed. Every study has a flaw. But does that mean that it isn't relevant to the topic? If this project were to stop, it's very likely, in fact, it's almost certain that the project cost will increase, whether it's twin bore or single bore. Then what? Then it will look like Bart is the reason for the delay. And I'm sure the public, that would be pushing for it would say, well, at least we know. But at the same time, what does that do in terms of the federal funding? So it's just, I'm wanting to convey how my approach on the project in regards to understanding how much authority we have. And it's not to be dismissive, it's just, those are the facts. But what can we do with the influence we have, with the expertise that we have, in order to make sure that at the end of the construction cycle, it's in everybody's interest to make sure that the project is ready to go into revenue service. And if the project is delayed in terms of going into revenue service because they decided not to listen to us, then we all look bad. This is still considered a BART project when it goes out into the media. The phase 1 project, when there were delays going into revenue service, the headline said BART project delayed. So we also have a vested interest in that. And that's something that we will continue to convey to VTA, as painful as it may be, as uncomfortable as it may be. But I just don't want this board, the BART board, and I'm saying this as a BART employee, to feel as though a request for an independent review, if it's not taken or acted upon, that it's viewed as being dismissive. They also have a board, and the direction, I believe, is to move forward. Is there more information we can provide? We will get that information that VTA board member Chavez directed their staff to provide. I will even provide this E&O Center for Transportation study, and then any other information that I get, I will provide to this board, so that you're seeing real time what I'm seeing. I don't know if that answers your question fully, but that was my attempt to.
Partially on it gave the clarity that we have, even though you've got 3 directors that are asking for an independent peer review, and we've got a general manager down in VTA that is saying we don't need it, we've got all this other stuff. And the last time I checked, whether it be the members of their board or the members of our board, we being the elected representatives for the public, and quite frankly, the general manager is the hired help. And when we find ourselves in a position where the public is asking the elected officials for transparency, and our first speaker today was Mark, and I'm going to butcher this, Mullinaus, don't know how to pronounce it. Anyway, he said that at best the VTA was opaque. And 4 out of the 5 people were asking for an independent peer review and most of those people live in the San Jose area. And that's what they were basically asking for. Quite frankly, I bought into the single board, and I'm working the safety issues with you and with everybody else behind the scenes. And I think that will work. And at the end of the day, if we end up pulling a ready, shoot, aim, which is the way this thing it looks like it's going now, unless we end up having this independent peer review, it'll still work. But how many more dollars will we end up throwing down that hole? And quite frankly, we'll never know. And the other aspect of that, if there is a delay, and somebody points a finger at us, then they will never know how much money we saved unless we end up getting up there and we have an investigative reporter that will end up doing the homework. And quite frankly, that probably won't happen, and we'll end up getting a black eye. Okay, give me a black eye. I'll probably be gone by then. Blame me. I want to make sure that I end up doing my job representing the public that I serve. And that includes transparency and accountability for myself and everybody else. Okay. So anything that we can end up doing to influence that just to get an independent peer review and do it in as short a time as possible, so that we can end up then holding ourselves up and nobody will accuse us of ever being opaque again. We owe it to be truthful and transparent with the public that we serve. Thank you.
Thank you, Director McPartlin. If I can just clarify, I just want to say that I don't believe the VTA GM is quote unquote hired help. They are our partner. They run a significant agency in the Bay Area, and really we do support them and they support us. So I wanted to acknowledge the value that they bring. And with that, I'll turn it over to Director Allen to close us out.
Thank you, Chair Foley. You know, I appreciated that line and that last part of the conversation with Director McPartlin. I am a fourth director. I think there are more directors that have stated that a peer review would be appropriate at this time. But at the end of the day, this board of directors has a fiduciary obligation for the future sustainability of Bart. And if things go wrong and there are struggles to operate the system being built by VTA and Bart will pay the price in the future, as will the riders. And I don't think we can afford to take that risk at this time. That's it. But I did want to also say I failed earlier when I mentioned the infrastructure delivery work being done by Spur. I failed to mention Laura Tolkoff, who is the transportation policy director there, and she's doing a great job on all of this. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Allen. And with that, Madam President, I will conclude the PPAL committee and turn it over to you.
Thank you. We are going to go into closed session after taking a break. I've talked to staff. We're actually going to delay one of the closed session items. So we're only going to go into closed session under item 11B. I was just not expecting this past item to take nearly 2 hours. So I had not budgeted correctly. And we're going to start losing directors in the next hour, including me. So we will go into closed session. We're first going to take a break. We'll reconvene at 1:50. So that gives us a 12-minute break. Is there any public comment on closed session items?
I don't see any hands raised at this time.
Okay, so we will now take a break, go into closed session, and we'll return and reconvene in open session after that concludes.
We're going into closed session right now. Anybody? Okay.
Looks like there are a couple directors who need to be promoted as panelists, and then we'll have a quorum. So we'll give another moment for the directors to be promoted. I see Devin and Robert are here. They need to be promoted. Okay, we have a quorum. So District Secretary, if you're ready, we'll get started again.
Yes, thank you, President Saltzman.
Okay. So we've concluded closed session and there's nothing to report from open session. So from closed session, now we're back in open session, and we will move on in the agenda to item 10A, which is a response to a roll call for introduction. April, are you leading off on this?
Yes, I am, President Saltzman. I just have a brief kind of introduction and a brief demonstration just to show where we've posted some videos.
Great.
So, okay, good afternoon, board members and members.
And sorry, just your video is still off. It's still saying we're currently in closed session.
Oh, thank you. Believe we're working on that at the moment.
Okay, then keep going. I just want to make sure you know.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so good afternoon. My name is April. I'm acting district secretary. I'm here to provide a response to the roll call for introductions request number 21842. This was introduced by Director Allen. The RCI request is outlined in the memo in the board agenda packet, and it generally relates to posting Zoom recordings of audit committee, Bart Police Citizen Review Board, and redistricting committee meetings online. The DSO has confirmed that video recordings can be posted on Legistar, our online agenda posting webpage. We have also discovered that when we post videos on Legistar, they appear to be imported into the meeting video archive on bart.gov as well. In our response to the RCI request, the DSO will voluntarily post video recordings for Audit Committee and Bart Police Citizen Review Board meetings going forward on a regular and continuous basis. The DSO will post the video recordings of any future redistricting ad hoc committee meetings as well. To address the spirit of the RCI, the DSO also embarked on backfilling video recordings for previously held meetings. This process is almost complete for the committees I previously mentioned, as well as the Audit Ad Hoc Committee. A draft motion is included in the board agenda packet. However, as I indicated, the DSO will voluntarily post video recordings we have for Audit Committee and Bart Police Citizen Review Board meetings on a regular and continuous basis going forward. I'm now going to share my screen just to provide a brief demonstration for the board and members of the public to demonstrate how to access the video recordings posted on Legistar. Okay, so if you're navigating here from your web browser, you can start with bart.gov. Then you will go over here to About, Board of Directors, Agenda and Minutes. That takes you directly to our Legistar page. And you can see here, if you scroll down a bit, that we have the audit committee, meeting of April 26th. To the far right, you will see a video link there. If the word video appears and it's blue, it is clickable and it will launch a video recording that we have posted for that meeting. Alternatively, if you want to go through the bart.gov meeting video archive, you'll go back to bart.gov to About, Board of Directors, and Meeting Video. And if you scroll down, you'll see here that there's also, oh, there I am. There's also a posting there for the Audit Committee for April 26th, and you'll hit the Watch Now button. So video recordings are archived here on the right column, and when you hit Watch Now, it should launch the video that's been posted. So that concludes my presentation, and I would just like to open up for any questions or comments from the board.
So first, I'll go to Director Allen and then I'll go to public comment, just since I knew you introduced this. So if you want to go ahead, unless you want to hear from the public first.
No, you can go with the public first.
Okay, so we will go to public comment. Oh, there was a hand raised, but it's down now. So no, it's back up. So let's go to public comment.
Okay. Riley?
No, this is Riley Steves again. President Saltzman, it was nice meeting you. I hope that I hope I'm not interrupting anything, am I?
Are you commenting on this item that we are currently discussing? Because that's the only item we're taking public comment on right now.
About how much the cost is gonna be for the whole of what we discussed before you guys had your break.
The VTA project, we've
Yes.
concluded that item. So if you have comments you want to submit in writing, you can, or you can join us at our next board meeting, but this isn't general public comment. So thank you. And we'll, if we don't have any further public comment on this item, we'll go to directors.
Okay.
So
Robert, I sent you an email about what I was saying earlier. I hope you'll get it soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Director Allen.
Thank you. So I want to thank our interim district secretary, acting district secretary, April, for acting quickly on this and getting these meetings up so the public can view them. And I did have, with respect to the motion, I believe there's a motion we need to make to have a board approval of this. I'm ready to make that motion and unfortunately do not have it on my screen to read it. However, I did notice that the motion includes qualification of the videos that are, so something like that are held by the DSO's office. And I'm wondering, can you read that for us, the motion? Because I'm prepared to make the motion, but there's one word I want to change.
Sure. Yes. It's the board directs the district secretary's office to post video recordings for audit committee and Bart Police Citizen Review Board meetings on Legistar on a regular and continuous basis, so long as the video recordings are in the DSO's possession. And it's probably that last end you were wondering about. That was just for the purpose of if there's an error for whatever reason, we don't have a recording to post. With a technology error or something like that. Then
so I'd really like to change that to within Bart's possession rather than just the district secretary's office.
Sure. Yes, I can.
So I'll move that.
And I'll second it. Director Allen, do you have anything else? If not, I have some comments, questions.
Nothing else. Thanks.
I think this is good, but I also think it only takes us through maybe the next couple of months. I think we're pretty close to coming back for in-person meetings, and we haven't really discussed yet what we're going to do with committees. I know on another commission I'm on, we're starting hybrid next month for the commission, but for the committees, they're still going to be virtual. So I don't know how we're going to do it here, and we have to discuss that. But at some point in the near future, we're going to go back to in-person. And my understanding is there isn't a budget to video record those meetings. Am I correct or incorrect? And I just want to know what the plan is so we can pass this motion, have it in play for the next few months. But what about after that?
President Saltzman, this is DGM Jones. I don't think it's a matter of budget funding. I think it's a matter of making sure that the communications staffing and priorities are aligned. And Alicia and I are already working on that. We made a commitment to you that we would continue it. We'll figure it out.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think that's the part I'm more interested in. I think that things are already being posted. It's fine to have this motion. If you could get us a memo in the next few weeks about the plan for that, that would be great. Because we certainly need a plan before we have our committees start to meet in person. And we should, figure out what the staff time is. I mean, I think these are the most important of the committees to be transparent on, but is there ability to do it for the other committees? I just think we need to learn more because we've been told in the past some of the challenges, just the cost and the staff time for it.
Will do.
Great. Other comments or questions before we go to a vote?
Yeah, President Salzman, I just wanted to weigh in on that. I think that the committee meetings, at least the one that you and I are on, the audit committee, I would be very much in favor of continuing that virtually from here on. I think it works so much better in committee members, or it's so much easier for committee members to attend these meetings when we do it virtually. So that would be how I would weigh in. Thanks.
Well, maybe we should agendize this for the next meeting for discussion. I don't know if we can do that forever. I know we could do that for now, but so let's get that on our agenda for the next meeting to discuss kind of not just the return for the Bart board, but what we're doing about committees. And it'd be good if staff could check in with various committees, you know, as we lead up to that meeting to discuss it.
President Salzman, I had difficulty getting back in. What's the motion?
The motion is what was in, I'll just read it again. It's the board directs the district secretary's office to post video recordings for audit committee and Bart Police Citizen Review Board meetings on Legistar on a regular and continuous basis, so long as the video recordings are in Bart's possession.
Got it. Thank you.
Great. I see we have a public comment. I assume it is on this item from Alita. So let's go to public comment and then we'll go to the vote.
Alita, please go ahead.
Thank you again, President Rebecca Saltzman, Alita Dupree for the record, she and her. And yes, I am going to talk about this item. I never know with these closed sessions when you're going to come back. I didn't get an estimate. Maybe we could do a notification bell. But anyway, I appreciate you bringing this forward. Because I want us to have a consistent method to make these proceedings accessible, especially for those who aren't able to attend. And all the meetings at MTC are easily accessible with video archives. Everything at Caltrain, as far as I know, everything at Samtrans, and I think also everything at Muni. Now, I know everything is a pretty strong term, but I know that we are in a new time with new technology, and that we're in this pandemic, we're doing meetings in a different way. But that none of this should diminish the accessibility of being able to access these proceedings to be informed. Because when I look at the minutes of meetings, they're basically action minutes. They basically mentioned, it'll say something like Alita Dupree addressed the board. It doesn't, but our meetings, unlike say Muni or Caltrain, our minutes don't emphasize as much of the subject matter that was spoken. But even if you did do that, it's still not the same as being able to access the video archive or even an audio archive. So this is really just about consistency. And I assure you, I don't go to meetings to hang out. It's the highest and best use of my time. It's a way that I can share, and I'll continue to write letters. So I think you should pass this and continue the conversation to have a more consistent meeting archive system, just as I've seen with agencies like MPC. This is part of being the people's system. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's go to the vote.
Director Dufty?
Yes.
Director Foley?
Aye.
Vice President Lee?
Yes.
Director McPartlin?
Aye.
Director Rayburn?
Yay.
Director Simon? Director Allen?
Yes.
Director Ames?
Yes.
President Saltzman?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. So next we'll take items 10B, C, and D together. Those are board member reports, roll call for introductions, and in memoriam. And I need to leave to get to ACTC, so I'm going to turn it over to Vice President Lee.
Great. Thanks. I'll just go ahead and go first, and then I'll hand it to you, Director Rayburn. My comment is actually really short. I just want to note that I attended the Capital Corridor JPA board meeting that was last Wednesday. Most notably, I wanted to say that I want to just really applaud the district secretary's office, especially acting district secretary Quintanilla. That was the first time that we did a hybrid meeting, as far as I'm aware, that was held up in Sassoon City in their chambers. Not only did DSO have to, have that meeting in a totally separate location, they also did it as a hybrid model. I know that there were a lot of technical challenges, but that gives me a lot of hope for what I'm seeing on the Zoom screen right now and seeing all of you in BART headquarters holding this meeting. So I know that's a lot of challenges on OCIO, DSO. So I just want to say thank you so much. I'm really looking forward to the smooth running of hybrid meetings in the near future. With that, Director Rayburn and then Director Dufty.
Thank you, Chair Lee. And I also attended the Capital Corridor board meeting in Sassoon City in person. And I do applaud, as Director Lee indicated, the smooth operation by our district secretary and all staff. I also attended the Diridon Station Joint Planning Policy Advisory Committee, and then I attended the trades fair that General Manager Powers mentioned, the Cypress Mandela Training Center. And it was with apprenticeship grads and over 260 OUSD and San Leandro High School students. I want to personally give thanks to AGM Alaric de Grenefeld, AGM Shane Edwards, and Prem Bajaj and Diane Iwata. When I entered the parking lot, I was greeted with a huge Bart vacuum truck and 6 crews led by Mark Rebenacker. They were vacuuming up rocks, otherwise known as roadbed ballast. Inside, I ran into our structure, our Saul Almanza from our track group, and he was holding court with a whole group of students from Skyline when I was there. Adam Flynn from Electrical had a great display, and it was interactive. There were graduates from the apprenticeship as well as high school students, and we had recruiters in another booth. It was essentially a 4-ring circus with all these kids that we're reaching out to. And I sent a note to Prem this morning asking that we follow up. And my follow-up suggestion is that Bart has a intern program that can engage some of these youths that were enthusiastically engaged at the Cypress Mandela Center. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Rayburn. Director Dufty.
Thank you. Last Thursday, I had the opportunity to help convene a meeting with the captain of the Mission Police Station, Gavin McEachern, and the meeting was about illegal vending taking place at the 24th Street BART Plaza. And we had a very robust meeting, including Deputy Chief Franklin from BART PD and our commanding lieutenant, Nick Mavrakis, Paul Voix from Real Estate, and Molly Burke from Government Affairs, and Daniel Cooperman from Social Service Partnerships. And we also had representatives, the chief of San Francisco Adult Probation, representatives from State Parole, SFPD Supervisor Hillary Ronan, and the focus being that there has been a lot of fencing of items out on 24th Street, either on the sidewalk or the plaza, and new vending legislation, which has been signed into law by Mayor London Breed and was authored by Asha Safai and Hillary Ronan at the Board of Supervisors, that'll be taking effect really over the next 60 days starting in May, and giving tools of confiscation and collaboration and coordination between law enforcement officers, as some of this is small scale, but a large amount, and then others are fencing of much more expensive items and also narcotics. So we're very hopeful that these tools will help us combat this problem. It is also a challenge at the Civic Center Station in UN Plaza, but vending has now been banned there. And so I just simply want to thank all the public safety and governmental entities that sat down with us. And I will be bringing legislation as an ordinance before the board that really puts our requirements and restrictions in line with those that the city has established, so that there isn't a difference whether you're standing on the plaza pavement or on the sidewalk pavement in terms of conduct that is allowable and legal. So we will be coming back with that. And I just want to thank all the participants in the meeting and say I look forward to further collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your work, Director Dufty. Director Allen and then Director Ames.
Thank you. Vice President Lee, I attended the Concord State of the City event last night. Earlier in the week, the Bart Audit Committee met, and I'll give a brief report on that since I did not hear that from Director Dufty. We heard presentation regarding Bart's sales tax, including projections for the future. We also heard from the Inspector General a report of activities and her general, I believe, a quarterly general summary report and presentation. Earlier in the week, I testified in favor of SB 1488 to the California Senate Judiciary Committee. The previous week, I testified in support of the same to the California State Senate Transportation Committee. And then I also had a meeting that I mentioned previously with Laura Tokoff of SPUR regarding project delivery. Thanks.
Director Ames, and then I think we're closing out with Director McPartland.
I testified also in support of SB 1488. And so that was last week. After it was kind of a surprise because I called Senator Glazer and then he asked me to speak. So I had to prepare quickly for that meeting, which was, because it was last on the 19th, I believe, or 18th, 19th. And also I just attended an Alameda Creek Fish Passage Improvements Program ribbon cutting. This was in Fremont. And ironically, there's this concrete structure called the Bart Weir. I don't know if you realize this, but the Bart Weir actually was constructed to reduce the flow underneath the Bart Bridge. It was constructed in the 70s. The bridge it crosses the Alameda Creek, and sadly, it blocked passage of the steelhead trout, which is endangered. So there's a big fish ladder that was installed, and it was open for tours. And so I attended that with my Bart t-shirt, basically showing our support for this project. And I'm working with the Bart staff on the Hayward Maintenance Complex to try to incorporate maybe some mitigations for that future project downstream of the Bart Weir to, enhance the fish passage that will get the fish from the bay to the Bart Weir. But the project really started at the Bart Weir, which is kind of a mini dam. And that project is upstream that helps the fish get up over the dam and go further upstream so they can spawn. And of course, I did the Earth Day celebration as well at the city of Fremont. And this Sunday on May 1st, we have the Stroll and Roll event, which we're going to close Niles Canyon. This is led by 2 county supervisors. And so we're going to close this event for biking, walking. It's a 6-mile beautiful highway that's closed to just pedestrians and cyclists this Sunday. So I'll go to that. Thank you.
Go ahead, Director McPartland.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, on the 22nd, I attended the retirement luncheon that we had for Michael Tree, who had been the CEO for the planning portions for Valley Link. And then on the 20th, Director Rayburn and I were in attendance at the Capitol Corridor JPA, and many of the rest of you were remotely attending that. And then, of course, yesterday on the 27th, myself, Director Ames, and Rayburn attended the VTA Bart joint meeting. That's it. Okay.
Great. All right. I think Director Foley, you're closing us out.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Just a couple of quick items. On April 19th, I spoke at the Senate Transportation Committee in opposition of Senate Bill 1488. On the 20th, I attended the Contra Costa Transportation Authority Board meeting. And on Monday, the 25th, I provided a BART update to Assembly Member Tim Grayson. Thank you.
Great. So given that, we are done with all board matters, and I think we are good to adjourn the meeting. All right. Thank you, everyone. I'll see you at our next meeting.